y'all ready to move, if y'all ready to fool, if y'all ready to win, if y'all ready to lose.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
The dude's back live to kill it with a squad, so the movement back, maybe the music back. And you got a courtside seat to get it straight from the source. Now how cool is that? So you can hate it, but the truth is that you fucking with the best, and we coming with the new shit black. Yeah, I need to know how y'all feeling. I need to know if y'all willing. So raise it up to the ceiling and get it going. We gotta get it up.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
Yeah. Y'all ready to ride? Y'all ready to fly? Y'all ready to live? Y'all ready to come on? Die?
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
Y'all ready to move? Y'all ready to fool? Y'all ready to win? If y'all ready to lose?
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
Yeah, the mission is to kill a man. For the love, respect, and the dividends. For the squad, the game, and the Benjamins. For the solo art, and to get it in. Believe I gotta get it in. That's why I'm out on the push with no limit, man. That's why I'm out on the move with no gimmick, man. That's why I'm down to stop, I can't quit it, man. I'm strung out on this shit, I can't kick it, man. I mean, for real, dog, I can't quit, man.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
Y'all ready to ride? Y'all ready to fly? Y'all ready to live? Y'all ready to come on? Die?
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
Y'all ready to move? Y'all ready to fool? Y'all ready to win? If y'all ready to lose?
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
The dude's back live to kill it with a squad, so the movement back, maybe the music back. And you got a courtside seat to get it straight from the source. Now how cool is that? So you can hate it, but the truth is that you fucking with the best, and we coming with the new shit black. Yeah, I need to know how y'all feeling. I need to know if y'all willing. So raise it up to the ceiling and get it going. We gotta get it up.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go, y'all.
Yeah. Y'all ready to live? Y'all ready to die? We gotta get it up.
Punish. こと恐れない熱くなる体心それにただ従う本能強くなる想い願いそれにただ一人動く微妙性明日作り話の未来はもういらない形のないリアリティ感じてるかい騒がしい情熱に言葉なんていらないさ熱くなる体心冷めてゆく誰か人に強くなる意味をいつかわかる時もっと強く微妙性明日熱くなる体心それにただ従う本能強くなる想い願いそれにただ一人動く微妙性明日
Walking in a crowd, in a faceless town, I need to feel the touch of a friend. In the countryside, I wander far and wide. The isolation gets me again. I don't know where to go when I feel like crying. Oh my, it's time to open myself to something new. I wanna stop and grow up again. Then suddenly, my power and confidence start swelling up, magically erupt. And it's all because of kindness that I feel from people I don't even know. Then suddenly, my intuition and my wisdom grow. And then I know that most of all I sense compassion's real. Thanks to strangers wherever I go. Thank you for waking me up. Up till now, how many times I've tried to tell you please take care of yourself. Then with tear-stained eyes, I sadly said goodbye as I waved and wished you farewell. Then I think of how much longer I must wait. I look inside myself and feel something new. I wanna stop and grow up a bit. It's all because I'm feeling sad and then I cry. I don't know why. The courage that I need, the power to succeed, gives me the strength to fly. It's all because of when I see my friends, oh my. Every time they're always behind me, pushing me on, lighting the fire from people I don't even know. I won't forget the times we shared and our pleasant days, always. And I'll never lose the strength to succeed and the courage to do what I must. Your smile makes my heart explode.
Hello! Welcome! How is everybody doing? How's everybody's weekend been? You're all ready for more Daily Premonition. Right off the bat, you might notice I'm trying some new mic setup stuff. I just finally found out that OBS has built-in audio ducking shit, and I'm kind of trying that out. I don't know how it sounds. I don't know if this is good at all. I don't know if I'm like completely inaudible or if I don't know. I don't even know if this works well. I don't even know if I'm gonna like it, because I have other stuff that audio ducking could fuck with. But I mean, my mic is the same. My microphone is the same. Like none of that. Nothing. The only thing that's changed is I now have audio ducking set up in OBS. And I was trying to fuck with it before stream. That's part of the reason the stream was so late. Not why it was 14 minutes before I started talking, though. God, wow, I got really distracted trying to set up, like, some of the stream announcement stuff, and I also do have a cup of ramen right here that is going to be ready in just a couple minutes. Sorry about the big wait up top, but you know, I do not have work tomorrow, so if I want, I can go a little late tonight, and I might. It feels really weird not just turning the music down when I start, but I mean, how's it sounding? Like I you know, didn't have time to like record myself, like record a you know, example to look back on, but is it working right? Like, is the, you know, music getting quieter while I'm talking and then coming back on, and is it jarring? How's it sound? How's it sound?
The cold-hearted darkness. One city is lawless. One city fighting for order. That's what the law is.
Because if it doesn't sound good, I'm just gonna turn this off. Sounds good? That's good. I also kind of want to like futz with putting a compressor, like setting it on my mic, because I really get way too loud sometimes. No, I never see y'all mention it, but I have to look at VODs and shit and clips sometimes. And by the way, don't be fucking afraid to say, hey, your mic gets too loud sometimes. Holy shit! Like, oh, there's my noodles. You know, unless I happen to look at something, the only way I can know if something's fucked up is if y'all tell me. Anyway, let me get these noodles going here, and then we'll start the game up. I got my ramen. My curry ramen. Watch Scorpion's lot. Yeah, but I'm not Scorpy. I don't want to be blowing out my microphone. Like, you know, I like, my trailer will autoplay when I go to look at one of my channels, and I will still get bothered by I think, like, the first clip I use, I am blowing out the mic with my laughter, and to this day, I keep looking at it going, I should have fucked with the audio levels in the video. I should have messed with it. I should have turned myself down. I'm not gonna fuck with the OBS compressor on my mic this time, this stream. We're gonna leave it how it is. We're just gonna do the audio ducking thing, and just y'all let me know how that is. I still might need to turn the music down just so I can fucking focus. But yeah, I got my little snack here. Hey Lucy, we got a dog here. She's chilling. I'll probably want to take her outside in like an hour, take a break for that. But I think we are about ready to go. I'm kind of looking forward to tonight because I think we might hit some we could hit some big stuff in the story. Looking at the list of chapters, I think we're technically only halfway or only almost halfway through the game, but the pacing of this game gets a lot faster as it goes, and not just because we have less side quests to do. I think legitimately the story starts just ramping up and going, no, go, just go, just go. And also, some of the episodes are literally just, drive your car from point A to point B. You did it! Great job! Here's the results screen. No, enough of that. No more music. We're done. We're done with the music for now. Let's get this game going. And by the way, since the last stream was on the capture card, please let me know if anything sounds off. If, you know... Oh, I'm not... Hold on. There we go. Like, if anything seems, like, out of sync, I'm pretty sure I always said it right, but, you know, I always want to just make sure, you know, let me know something. We stopped at the art gallery dungeon? I don't think we did. I don't think that's what happened. I don't remember. We'll see when we pop it up. Oh, I do want to say this. I mentioned this a few streams ago. I think this is the stream where I want to do the fishing thing. Someone mentioned that in order to do the big fishing side quest, you have to fish in a specific spot while it's raining. There's no other indicator. When it starts raining, next time it rains in this game, I'm gonna go fishing. Anybody who knows, tell me which fishing spot I want. Now, let's crank this up. Make sure there's nothing on my screen that's gonna fucking dox me or make me have to edit a VOD. I had a nightmare about shit flashing on the screen. I think Deadly Premonition, with the way that it, like, loads up and, like, will show, like, the weird window transparency effect that shows stuff, I think it gave me a fucking nightmare a couple days ago. Hi, Spydo. Like, I had a nightmare that some awful, like, shit, just, like, that I had in a folder flashed on screen. And it's not shit I actually have. It's not stuff I would want to have on my computer. And this is also one of those things where trying to not talk about what it is going to make it sound worse than it is. It was just weird porn. It was, like, weird porn that I don't have and wouldn't want to have. It was, like, open in, like, a folder, and, like, when it just flashed on stream, and I was like, oh, fuck! And, like, I was so fucked up when I woke up, I was like, oh my god, was that real? Do I gotta get on the computer and edit a VOD? Anyway, now that we're in game, keep letting me know how the audio ducking's sounding, because I've never messed with this before. I didn't even get a chance to, other than looking at my my monitors, did not get a way to check the, you know, see how it's going. By the way, I should also mention, speaking of audio, I added a few new alerts. I don't know if we'll see any of them, but I finally got off my ass and got some stuff from the past streams. That was good alert material that someone suggested. Let's go. I hate they say restart.
Previously during the investigation.
I'm Kaysen, Forrest Kaysen.
Thomas, did you see Nick here?
No. When I got here, he was already like this.
What are you doing? Get out of the way! I'll do it!
George, stay back. She's trying to speak.
No! It couldn't be! Nick! Oh, please, no!
You got us good this time, Zach.
I don't remember what we were doing. Let's check the map. Galaxy of Terror. Right, we're going to the Galaxy of Terror, and we're going to tail Nick and Diane and see what's going on with them. Even though I really get the feeling there's... I have beaten this game multiple times. I'm not trying to spoil anything. I do not understand why they suspect Nick. Like, at most, it seems like he's cheating on his wife. I guess it's weird. It's out of the ordinary. It's suspicious. But it, like... They're treating it like it's a really solid lead and not just like, I don't know, man, we don't have anything. This is weird. Let's just look into it. Oh my god, I just remembered something. I looked something up the other day. Not the other day. Today, like an hour ago. Wesley, Mad Jack, and Lysander are all voiced by a voice actor named Roger Jackson, who is in fucking everything, and his other roles include the killer from Scream, Ghostface, and Mojo Jojo, I think. which is fucking wild. Oh my god, I forgot. I love movie! Hi, Ed. I also, by the way, since I'm using the new audio ducking, I have desktop audio all the way up. If it seems too loud, like when I'm not talking, please let me know, I will turn it down, because this game is mixed poorly, you know? But I just figured, if it's gonna duck anyway, crank it up. Alright, well, I don't really know what to do other than just kill time. Oh, Usha has something! Let's go see Usha. That's gonna be up north, so... Let's go see Usha, he's got a side quest, shit. Probably another one I've never done before.
Let's focus on the case at hand. The murders with the red seeds. Officially, the Bureau has not made a statement about these seeds.
Oh, okay.
Some even claim that they are irrelevant to the...
So this is what we...
But after the red
I
seeds were
reloaded
found
my
in a
save to
posting
hear
on
last
some,
time.
I've been unable to get them out of my head.
This
Even
does
through all
confirm
five
that all the car dialogue
We found
carries over
some
between
unknown
chapters.
signs related to
You
the
cannot
seeds.
miss something because you didn't hear it in the
The
chapter.
victims were all young girls.
So that is good to know. I no longer need to like
Difference.
reload a save if we don't hear
The
York
original
talk about
7
something.
murderers, but there was no connection between them. However,
And if you missed it last time, here's some
not
kind of big
overlook,
lore.
there was one thing linking the cases together, and that's the red seeds.
And I have a hunch. This case here in Greenvale is going to lead us to the truth about those seeds. Don't you think so, Zach?
Well, let's just do what we can do and do our best. And by doing our best, I'm sure we'll get to where we need to go.
We truly have infinite maneuverability in this car. So I do remember last time we were. I decided I want to save up to get York's car. This song fucks though. Let's see what Usha wants. You know, I do wonder if the fact that you drive everyone's cars means they initially thought, like, what if York, it was like GTA and York could just take someone's car non-violently. And then they figured, no, what if we just let you drive them? We just let you collect them. I love that it's just flipped. They just flipped. I never noticed that till now. They just flipped the texture on the door. They didn't, like, copy it. It's just, like, look at that. That's ridiculous. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever do that? Alright, Usha's probably downstairs. I'm going to assume. So we gotta go through here, go through 2 doors, and then to the right. What's wrong with... I mean, it's just like, that doesn't look right, does it? Like, you're coming up to a door, and on one side the text is just backwards? I mean, I could kind of see that being a thing they did intentionally, but... To me, it looks like they just flipped the texture with the text on it, and it just looks silly. It's backwards on one... No, I know, but, like, when you're looking at it from the front, it should be the same way... I guess that... But it's... I don't know, it just seems weird. I guess I get it reading it both ways, but it's also like... I don't know, you kind of... You see it the first time, you know where you are. You put it on the inner set, you know what's going on. Like it would make sense on the outer doors have it reading as you go in, and on the inner set have it reading as you go out. But because both doors have it both ways, it looks very odd. Alright. Another quest I've never done. If you get tired, you should rest. Please keep that in mind. Usha, my guy who gives me experimental ampules. What's up? No, I'm not talking to you. I want to talk to him. No, I want to talk to... Please. Freckles? No, not you. Him. Please. Please. I need... You have to move. I'm allowed to do this. Do I really just gotta wait here? Do I really just gotta sit here until she moves? Fine, I'll wait. I'll wait by the skeleton picture that you have. Well, I want to know what the joke is. Come on. It's so silent. She won't move until the next hour? Oh, but they throw...
Close. Let's come back tomorrow.
No! Come on. Hate this fucking hospital. Still in there. Well, there's no point in me doing anything but going to the Galaxy of Terror. And I don't want to fucking drive. So, George? Oh wait, we do have more dialogue now, though. It's a new chapter, I should drive. I could go to Panda Bear. That's a good point. I have gotten more cards. I might have enough to complete the next level of thing. I could sleep a whole day? That's true. Honestly, I might do that. No, we'll just do it later. We'll do it later if we can. Let's hit Panda Bear. Wesley, put that in your pocket. Thank you. Actually, have anything new? Mission knife, sword. I do want a sword. I do want a sword. Yeah, guns for killing people. Very, very cool, very deep. Hold on, I want a sword so I can kill monsters with it. Can I just get rid of it? Watch me throw this away in front of you. Yeah, it's scary, right? But I can just get rid of them. They're your problem now. Sell me a sword. Stop being scared. Stop being scared. You have pictures of guns in there. Why is your clock fucked up? What does that say on the clock? I don't know. Sell me a sword, buddy. Wait, he has a saber and a sword. Both have long reach, both are slow. Give me the katana, man! Yeah! Nice. I do want to talk. Failure is not option when handling guns, because failure means death in most cases. Okay, we don't have enough for the card stuff. Alright, yeah, let's just go to Galaxy of Terror. And, like, we'll, like... Well, first one of the night. Not a big deal. We hadn't done anything yet. I mean, we usually get one really early on.
Previously,
I feel like that's common.
investigation.
I'm Kaysen, Forrest.
And here we are again. Alright, no wasting time this time. I know exactly what I'm going to do. Check this out. We've been given another chance. We've been Groundhog Day'd. Come on. There we go. I am, in fact, calling George. George, drive me to the damn hospital. Okay. If we can beat Freckles there, we're good. I get the feeling we can't, though. She's gonna be down there already, I bet. Let's just see. Maybe we can just barely get past her, but we kind of went straight here. Come on. Come on. I can do this. I can defeat her, I have to. Come on. Okay, go through here. The fact that I haven't even seen her means she's almost certainly just down here already. Oh. I want to do a quest. Well, interesting is if you want to talk to Fiona and see if that can trigger shit. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll try that. I think he might be impossible to talk to right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've talked to him while he's sitting, but with her right here, I think she takes priority. So we won't be doing that. Not now, anyway. I'm not gonna bother with the sword for now. Honestly, I'll probably just drive to Galaxy of Terror and, you know, get some car talk. Wait. I think it's this way. Why does the game feel so much quieter now? It's freaking me out. By the way, I unintentionally saw a couple more spoilers for Deadly Premonition 2 today, and they were the kind of thing that both made me a little more interested in, you know, inevitably trying to play it again, but it also just showed that the game has more of the same problem of, why is this in the game? Like, I can't go into details because it would spoil this game, but it was a thing that's like, this is a prequel, why is this in the game when this game implies that, I don't know, it's hard to talk about, but I'm just gonna say, I saw images of a character that is in both games, and it's like, that's fair, but also I feel like something in this game implies that it should be a different character, if that makes sense.
Let's focus on the case at hand. The murders with the red seeds. Officially, the Bureau was not...
So I think you know what I'm talking about, and you know what I'm trying to say.
Irrelevant to the killings.
Because there's a thing that isn't explicitly stated in this game, but is very implied.
Unable to get...
And then to see the prequel just go, we'll just do the same character again. It's like,
files looking for...
well, no, because wouldn't they look different? Because of the little detail that implies something.
They were all young girls. And they were killed in...
I'm just ghost riding it for a second while I take another bite of
arrested
curry.
all 7 murderers, but there was no connection between them. However, we must not overlook there was one thing linking the cases together, and that's...
Okay, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
And I have a hunch. This case here in Greenvale is going to lead us to the truth about those seeds.
Like, just tweak the model.
Don't you think
just
so,
tweak,
Zach?
just take that model and change it and give it a different name.
And by doing our best,
and it would work
I'm
fine
sure
for
we'll
the
get to where
thing.
we need to go.
People who don't know what I'm talking about, good. It's good, and don't worry about it. I'm trying to talk about it like massive spoiler for just like a thing I saw that's in the another. I have a lot to say about my problems with the second game, just on like principle, on the premise of it, because like it's a prequel to this game, and it shouldn't be. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. A prequel to this game is not inherently bad. Not an inherently bad idea, because a lot of the past cases York talks about sound very interesting, and a game that explores those could be very cool. I think the prequel makes up some completely new thing that isn't any of the things that he talks about in this game. And it's like, okay. Unless it is, and like, I just, you know, didn't get far enough to realize which one. But also a sequel would be more interesting, because the end... I'm not going to go into any details, but the end of this game is the kind of ending that is totally fine as just an ending. But... Groot, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't get far enough to actually know if the prequel involves the Red Seed cases, but I imagine it must. There's like a red tree on the fucking, like, cover. There's like a lot of red, but these games are also like obsessed with the color red, so I don't know. Where are we going? Not Heaven and Hell. Which bar? That's Swery. Where's Galaxy of Terror? Actually, yeah, no, you know what? That doesn't necessarily mean there being a red tree on the cover doesn't mean anything, because like the red trees are just like a cool visual they like to use. Like I legitimately did not get far enough for there to be any discussion of red seeds. I think I might be wrong. There might have been a part early on where he's like, ah, this victim had a red seed or something. I actually did not even get to the combat. The red tree on the cover is an eye looking through it, and that's... The cover art is pretty cool, but... Hang on. Take the right curve. It's not too far from the police station. It's still hard to navigate, even with these instructions. Oh my god, where the fuck am I? This is the apartment where like a bunch of people... Yeah, like 3 people live there, and I still haven't spied on any of them. Yeah. Basically, I don't know anything about the prequel beyond a few things I've had spoiled and playing like a couple hours of it, which wasn't even long enough to get to like combat and to see what like enemies might be in that game. But I think that game has like insane weird enemies. There it is. Okay. Ugh. Yeah. No, I just found it. I just found it. Like as soon as you said that. No. What am I doing? They literally show me. This is a story thing. They're literally showing me where to go.
Zach, looks like we still have some time to kill. Let's pass the time elsewhere.
How about we don't? You know what? New chapter, I will circle the block just to hear York talk. We're gonna smoke, but like, we gotta get some new dialogue. Devil May Cry 2 removes like everything I love about Devil May Cry 1 and think about makes me mad. It didn't seem amazing from what I had played, and every time, I feel like I've never gotten a great... Wait, hang on.
Where shall we go next?
Hey, by not exhausting the dialogue in the last chapter, am I locked out of dialogue? Is this like, or is there just, does it just kind of carry over here? Is it just kind of like, no, this one has the same car talk as the last one? Is this not a new chapter, though? Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We're either just still in the same chapter, or it just kind of carries over here. You do any cool investigation shit? Yeah. What I played, I don't remember specific problems I had, but I just remember it not feeling as interesting, and also being way too broken for, like...
Is there something here that you want to check out?
We need to be at Carol's bar at 2200. We're free until then.
It's really hard to talk about the problems of the sequel, because I'm, like, tripping over myself trying to avoid spoiling this game. Even though I think any way that the sequel directly connects to this game probably doesn't happen until much later in it. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, the thing I saw, I honestly assume it's just a fucking post-credits stinger. For it to be like, oh, and they're here! And it's like, oh, okay. Like, that's my assumption. I don't know if I necessarily want to be told if I'm right, for people who know what I saw just through context clues, but... I don't know. Let's go in here. Oh, I guess we're staking it out. Oh, fuck. That's not the car. I should have gotten in the car before I drove into this.
Nick's still in the bar.
Just as we planned, then. I wonder what happens next.
Agent York, you're really enjoying this, aren't you? I have to admit, I envy that.
Premonition 2 is just like a town full of cartoon characters like Sigourney. I've heard that.
Nick is leaving the bar.
What about Diane?
She isn't here tonight.
Emily, check that with George.
George, can you hear me? Nick's leaving the bar. What's happening with Diane?
No movement. Tell me what to do here.
Stay put, George. I'm thinking Nick will head to the gallery. Let's meet up there.
10-4. Copy that.
Agent York, it's Nick.
I think one of the main reasons I honestly fell off of Deadly Premonition 2 was, like, I wasn't liking it as much, and then in between, like, after the first stream, immediately I saw a bunch of stuff about, like, hey, by the way, this game gets, like, stupid transphobic, and when people brought up to Swery, he yelled at them, like, you don't understand nothing, I'm a brain genius, I'm the most progressive man in the world. And I was like, I don't know if I want to play your games anymore, man. Which was part of the reason why going back to this game was also so scary. Because there's some stuff. And that's all I can say. I feel like I remember this part sucking, but I've played GTA. I can do this. Oh my god, the camera though. It's not even just transphobic. Oh no. There's a fucking crafting system in it? Fuck that game. I think Deadly Premonition 2 is gonna have to be like... I was gonna say be like a... I hit 500 followers, I'll play through it. But do people even want to watch that? Would people even want to watch me play through that game? Would they want to watch anyone play through it? I keep hearing that game doesn't even have songs in it. The sequel to a famously song-filled game does not feature songs, except, I might have technically gotten to, like, the beginning of the crafting. I do not remember what we got to in the story. Like, I think I remember, like, we were at, like, a fucking warehouse talking to a guy who was described as, like, having a childlike brain, which I remember thinking is probably not the best thing to say. Turn on those lights so we can know. I finished my student's game. I said someone have to pay me at least $200 to do my student play. I mean, it's like on my shelf, and like out of sheer curiosity, I feel like I got it. You know, I gotta know what the fuck happens in the bad sequel that's a prequel and should have just been a sequel. You like Deadly Purge story? I say it's worth the Deadly Purge 2 story. I mean, that's honestly the only thing. Like, I'm literally just interested in what they do with the story. Like, that's kind of it. Like, I do not expect the gameplay to be enjoyable, but I'm also curious about, like, what is the combat like, because I didn't even get to the combat. And I kind of... I think I know there's combat, and I've heard a little bit about what you fight, but... I don't know. You don't like its story? I might not like its story either. Is there a good time of year for Kusoge? I mean, what fucking channel do you think you're watching? It's always a good time for Kusoge here, but sometimes something just fucking sucks. There's Kusoge, and then there's something that just fucking sucks. Oh! Man, they can't even, like, talk while we're doing this? They can't even be like, York, be careful, or like, oh, what do you think's going on? I love it when Thomas makes biscuit. Kusoge can be funny, Kusoge can be charming. Sometimes Kusoge is just not good enough. It's like that bad. Like I played a little bit of this Fist of the North Star Famicom RPG recently, Fist of the North Star 3. And I think people were like really into Kusoge, like the really bad like Famicom shit would really dig it. I played up through the part where you fight Zed, and it like sucked. This suck-quake of a game is a waste NATO of my $60 on soon. Hi, Melody. I think I'm doing one of the parts in the game that people hate the most, but it's fine. Just for... Oh my god, there's another fucking car in front of him that's gonna just slow him down and make this take longer. You have to give help to transphobia, racism, ableism, and fat phobia. Oh boy, oh boy. That's twice the things this game has. Anytime I do this now, I just think of the, oh, what's that animator's name? He doesn't do as much animation now, but, you know, he does, like, the rotoscoped animations, and just, like, a lot of, I think now he's making, like, movies, mainly. Like, independent movies. He did, like, the when you first play an RPG video, and stuff like that. What's that guy's name? You know who I'm talking about. Joel Haver, yeah, I just think the Joel Haver video where it's like, whoa, is that guy following us? No, he's staying within 50 to 60 yards behind us. Now, if he was to go, say, 49 like yards behind us, then we'd be in trouble. And if he went 61 yards behind us, I don't think he'd be able to see us anymore. But so long as he stays there, we have nothing to worry about. It's fine. He's 50 feet. Yeah, he's 50 feet back. That's not suspicious. I love that video. At least there's like wiggle room here. Like I can go into the orange. I would like not to. By the way, just double check. How's the audio ducking stuff been? Has that been working well? And has the game been too loud since I guess we should wait till we see a real cutscene. Because the mixing in this game is insane. Oh my god, yeah, the alarm was like Tony Lazzuto. Hey, did you hear something? Must have been a bird. So the whole operation is run by Tony Lazzuto. And who's over there? My mind's playing tricks on me. So the whole operation's run by Tony Lazzuto. The mixing in this game, it literally does. There are parts in this game where a character will be like, so, what else can you tell me about, what you do here? I'm really interested in what you what's going on. Ah, well that's very interesting. Mozzie, I don't think that's true because I have like had cars be 100% following me. Like, oh wait, no, 3 turns right. That'd just be going in like a circle. That actually is that is good. I'm gonna start doing that when I get paranoid about someone making the same turns as me, and waste a lot of my own time. I don't know. I'm sure that happens to everybody. Like, there's someone who's making all the exact same turns as you, and you're just like, what's going on, man? What are the odds? What are the odds? And the odds are probably high because maybe you're going from, you know, you're taking a path from an area to a place a lot of people go. I didn't even think about the fact those were redubbed. I just assumed, like, that does make total sense that they're redubbed. I didn't even think about like why it would sound like that when it just cuts to like a completely different mic. After they... Oh, yeah, I forgot, because Zach used to be called, like, Jeter or something. Is it always the Zach lines when he does that? Because I feel like it's just random lines sometimes. Yeah, York was David Young Henning. That one's easy to remember. Oh my god, this takes so long. Oh, thank fucking god. The music. Is that the same fucking truck that almost hit him when he came to town?
We'd all have halos by now if I was driving.
I think someone's putting a curse on all the cars I drive recently.
Amazing line! Oh!
Agent York, Nick's getting away.
Don't worry, time to get serious.
Someone's putting a fucking curse on my cars. Oh, it's just the raincoat killer in the road, right.
Is Nick here?
Let's fucking
York.
get him.
No, he hasn't showed up here.
What about Diane? Any movement?
No action here at all. Did something happen?
Yes, a little. But, George, something's different about you. Are you okay?
Actually, I had a little drink while I was waiting. This is my first murder case, after all. I'm on edge, and I needed one. It was only a little, though. I'm still in control.
Come on, George.
Zach, Nick and Diane are probably both inside.
George, you're sure you didn't see Nick?
Positive. I haven't taken my eyes from the entrance all night.
Not that I don't trust you, George. But I'm positive Nick is here. Is there another entrance?
Not that I know of.
Well, I'll go look for one. Help me out if you can, would you?
Oh, fuck, y'all, it's midnight! Hey, other characters around while this is happening. This hasn't happened before. Cars have shown up. Haven't seen Nick either. I know. This is not about that. It's about the fucking midnight when this town goes crazy and you're actually, like, y'all are here for once. George's car still fucking sucks. Like, look at this. This is such a douchey car. Now this car, I like. Tattoo... Oh! Oh, this is Thomas's car! Thomas car figures that he would choose this one. Tattoo Love... That's a weirdly specific thing to do for his license plate. Just referencing the tattoo that we, like, can't even see. But, I mean, some of these license plates are wild. Like, Emily's isn't even about her. It's just, like, a reference to loving movies. And I don't think Emily is, like, into movies at all. I think that's literally just, like, a sweary thing. Or, like, the police car. I mean, the police cars are just nothing, because it's video games. Thomas's car is very cute. That's very good. Oh, wait, we should... I want to examine it. Thomas car. Figures you would choose this one. Vid games! Well, if Nick was headed anywhere, he was here. Maybe he took a different side road from the forest. The sheriff says he hasn't seen him. People who are seeing this for the first time, who's your favorite of the police crew? George, Emily, Thomas, how are y'all feeling about them? Because I kind of love all of them, but obviously I like Thomas the most. Like, way more. Which one is your favorite? I mean, my favorite is Thomas. Alright, let me get my safe back up right away. Alright. Gallery start, I guess. Goddamn camera. Nothing stands before me. Oh, y'all are just here. That feels wrong. I really hope this is when I'll get to get the, Wait, is that truck the one that was over here? And, like, blocking this? Oh, it matches the color of Optimus Prime and the license says I'm Prime? That's great. That's really silly. Also interesting that it would say I'm Prime and not, like, Convoy or something. Truck. The truck is gone. I guess that is the truck from over here? That's just like a housewife with a shotgun. That kind of rules. Don't hit me. I don't want a lot of things. There's two other cars that reference Transformers? That's funny. I never knew that. Okay, well, obviously while we're here, we have to get a trading card. I can see it. I saw it for a split second. Over here. I don't care how many ghouls are here. The grass texture is insane here. That is like a microscopic texture. Alright, do we think this is gonna be a character, or is it gonna be like, George's hat? Oh, it's Nick. That makes sense. Oh, by the way, I can now that it's happened, I can just straight up tell you one of the spoilers in the cards. Becky's card, God, I hope I'm not mixing up character names again. But, Becky's card, which you can only get during a side quest while she's still alive, mentions her dying. It mentions her death. That's how bad the spoilers are in the cards. A card you can only get while a character's still alive. Like, not after. Hell, I'd even argue the first card you can get in the game, York's card, has kind of a spoiler on it. Because it just kind of, like, straight up says the deal with something that's... feels like it's supposed to be... kind of vague. Looks like the door wasn't locked. I'm surprised this wasn't going into a void. Nice clipping. Women said they just didn't like to read card descriptions, so I have to beat the game. Yeah, or just change the order they give you the cards. If a card's gonna have a spoiler on it, make sure you can't get it until well after that
Emily,
thing
I want
has
you
happened.
guys to...
Wait out here, I know. I'm not gonna fight you about this anymore. But promise me this. If there's trouble, then you'll call us
So
in,
do they
okay?
not see the things? Like, they're not
I
reacting
think
to
so,
any of
but
this.
we're a team.
A team?
That's what I think, at least, and I'm interested in you and Zach. I don't want anything to happen to you before I hear more about you two.
I like this little surprised face there. They just saw York running in circles, swinging guitar around. Good. So are we like... I mean, I don't think anything's happened. Are we about to start profiling?
Zach, did you hear that? She wants to know more about you. Isn't that a nice surprise? Amazing.
Save again. And I'm gonna back this one up as well. What is this? Gallery start. In. Got card. Busting through. Okay. I think it's about time for one of the worst things in this game. Gameplay-wise. Looks like a scenic painting of a red tree, torn to shreds. I mean, it's like a bunch of red trees. Ah! 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 Can they put that in a game? That's fucking scary, man. Oh, I don't like it. Hey, you like this? This doesn't seem very good. Get fucked. I swear to God, that one just has Emily's model, but like fucked up. Like, I don't think that one's a generic model. I think they just reused Emily's model for that. Mission knife. Yeah, I don't need them. Don't need it. Don't need any of this. I'm good on ammo. Quit grabbing me. You quit grabbing me. Kinda glad I'm wearing the suit that gives me extra health right now. I'm getting my ass beat a little bit. Let's do a large. Oh wait, that's a full heal. I thought it was a medium. Even though I said large. That just looks incorrect. The fuck is this? Paper portrait on a red background, greeting us with a creepy smile. Who the fuck is this guy? Who's this, like, haunting ground man? A wretched sir. Alright, get ready for one of the worst things in this entire game, even in the director's cut, which makes the game easier.
Huh?
Oh my god, him drawing the guitar in a cutscene. Oh my god! We've got generic Japanese ghost girl thing. And, Oh! Oh! You can just one-hit it with the guitar. At least this one. So, the thing about these, I kind of built that up a lot, is they have a whole annoying thing where they crawl, like, back and forth down the hallway, and you only have a brief window to hit them, and they have a ton of health. I don't know if the first one is just weaker, or you can just are able to one-shot them with the guitar. I remember these things taking me like 5 minutes to kill each, at least in the original. I guess we're okay. I guess we're fine. And I got honor. Now, I do think there's some parts of the game where you have to fight like 5 of those in a row, and it sucks, but yeah, maybe with the guitar it'll be fine. I was looking and seeing, like, oh yeah, if you have, like, these weapons, they're way easier. Hold on. How's our suit doing? It's getting dirty. I know this makes us stronger, but let's do the... We've never worn deep blue, right? Have we worn this? We've worn rainy stripe, I think, but not deep blue. I don't want to be sneaky just yet. Even though it would make more sense to... No, let's keep our big health just for the combat sequence. We'll change into a... Yeah, let's stick with having big health. Donuts. Look at this. Free donuts for... Oh, wait, this isn't an infinite source. Never mind. I gotta watch that Super Great Friend playthrough one day. Probably after I've beaten this. Like, just the quote he opens it with, I've, like, seen that much, where he's just like, you ever feel like a game was made for you? And it's like, yeah, I get the feeling. Alright, another save backed up. They're probably going to scale up because all the enemies have gotten stronger as we've gone. He talks about the movies. Oh fuck, that's got to be a really good Let's Play then. We could use like. Let's do like 1 hour. Just a light sleep. It's fine. Time's weird in here. They won't notice. Oh my god, I'm so hungry though. What's a meal that I have? Smoked salmon. Don't mind if I do. Wash smoked salmon down with a nice lollipop. I almost want to just smoke in here. Wait, what happens if I just smoke in here? Where the clock is already going crazy. Ah, yeah. Just enjoy it. Lighten up in the other world. My lips warp and quiver. What the fuck is wrong with this animation? He looks like a fish. His face is like jittering and contorting. They really don't expect you to do this for that long. Okay, is that gonna... No, we're fine. No, I think time didn't even pass. He's feeling his Seaman DNA. I want someone to raise bugs and keep it. Another good play for when to see every single bit of optional dialogues when he plays Kimura. Oh my god, the babies! The baby, the apple men.
This is the entrance hall.
Alright, I guess we're just assuming something has happened.
You? What are you doing here? So it was you. Much more astonishing than I imagined. I'm impressed. No! Don't! I'm not gonna stop!
Really bad noises. Again, making me think of Haunting Ground.
Too much noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
Nobody greet us, of course. These are stupid. This is such a stupid choice. Like, how do we block them off? I don't know, just put like a little, like, chest-high wall. Little chest-high Devil May Cry wall. Apple baby, apple baby, apple baby! I want to get a good shot of apple baby. Where are my empty hands? There we go. I love apple baby. Put down. How about you have a... I bet this apple baby would love a recipe for meatloaf. I think it's the right one. The hand tree is still kind of cool. This sassy bitch. Alright. Why timed? Why timed? Alright. Guitar, will you help us here? You will. We are still able to work around the awful bug. Look at that thing rolling around. They're still green, they aren't ready yet. I don't think that's how it works. Ripe apple looks a bit ripe for me. Red apple. Red, just the way I like them. Alright, here we go. Can you already see what we're doing here? Painting of an old man holding a ripe apple in his wrinkled hands. Is the apple supposed to mean something? This is such a hard puzzle. How could I ever? Painting of a baby holding a blue apple? Go to hell. I remember this now. This fucking obvious, either an obvious mistranslation or a mix of the fucking, like, on the fucking Discord we were talking about, like, me and my friends were talking about how apparently in, like, other, like, countries, like in Japan specifically, there's, like, a weird lack of distinction between green and blue sometimes. There's becoming more of a distinction now, but it's just, like, one of those things I can't even fucking fathom. It's like, no, it's like, look at it, it's not the same. That one's different. You can just tell. Painting of a man staring in the distance with a firm gaze, he's holding a red apple. It's like how in Pokemon, green wears blue. And it's just weird, because his name is Green and he's wearing blue, but red wears red. Which makes the, like, localization make more sense where they call him Blue. Oh no, a single enemy! What will I fucking do? What will I ever do? There's our picture. Some of that doesn't look natural. Some part's not in the right place. Can you help me fix it, Zach? That... Oh, there's still more. Oh my god, the camera. The camera just went crazy. Love that upswing. I don't need this. Put it away. We're just fighting women. Are there more, or is that it? This feels like such a waste of time. Do I get the shotgun now? Yo! Throw this shit away. Throw this shit away. I still want to get a sword later, but for now... Oh my god, we finally got the shotgun. So I think, like, the last main gun we're missing now is just the assault rifle. Red seats in an evidence bag. They're not. They're not in an evidence bag. Red seat. Could be an important clue in solving this case.
You? What are you doing here? So it was you. Much more
What will this reveal?
than I imagined. I'm impressed.
They don't really distort the audio, but they make the text look like it's distorted. Alright. Let's get moving. Oh, there's the next thing. Shotgun aiming is also fucked up, but whatever. Is that really not enough to kill you, buddy? Key to special exhibition room. This should open the door to the special exhibition room. Okay, you actually had to kill an enemy here. Probably should try to get in here. This one might go pretty fast. Broken slow heel shoe. Ah, this. Interesting. I think we're getting some, Zach. Stiletto heel shoe. A stiletto heel shoe broken. Becky must have sent these with her letter. Stiletto heel shoe. I mean, I'll start it and escape it, probably. So I get the money. vines are entangled around the guiding rod. A no-go for sure. I mean, just step over it. Reloads quick. Oh, lock-on will move my aim, though. That's actually good to know. That might help us out for some stuff later. I make it a little less broken. Because so far we're able to knock stuff out of trees, and if we can lock on during combat to move our aim, honestly, we might not need to fuck... Like, it sucks that that's broken, but, like, honestly, we'll probably be fine. You know, I think between all the different kinds of weapons we have, we've got a lot of workarounds, so... Any problems we face, we can deal with them. We're only getting a lot of bullseyes with this thing. I think this is where her room is. Red vines are entwined around the locking device. Doesn't seem to be working, Zach. Yeah, just the locking device. Nothing else, though. Is this downstairs? Oh, yeah, of course we gotta go down here. Didn't we see, like, a ladder in here before? Lost fire with blood, though I don't know whose. We have another murder case on our hands. Not a real door. Whoa. It will turn me vertically, but not horizontally. Which is odd. I will say, the way the enemies can, like, warp is one of the only actual cool and kind of creepy things they have going for them. Oh, will turn me a little bit. Only a little bit. Like how clearly these hard sections are literally happening if there's some sort of metaphor. I think they're happening because York was like, well, you know, honestly, there's no telling. Even the thing I was gonna say, I was gonna mention like him lighting up in the middle of the hospital, but like, who knows? All right, but we got our last clue in here. Big wheel cheese. No. A peace symbol. That's good. No, it's upside down! An upside down peace mark has been drawn in blood on this circular painting. Now part of our collection, I think. You can only tell it's upside down because the painting has a little thing on the bottom. Alright, we got all our clues. Let's profile.
You? What are you doing here? So it was you. Much more astonishing than I imagined. I'm impressed. No! Don't! I'm not gonna stop!
The secret door. Oh no. Not a ghoul. Zach, I don't believe in ghosts or a goblin ghoul, but I do believe in myself. York, pump. I'm gonna show y'all what fighting these guys is like with a, like, say we want to use the shotgun, the new weapon we just got. Oh my god, save, thank god. Let's get that backed up right away. New folder, gallery, profile done. Come on. We're gonna have a big hallway where I have to fight a creep. That's on. No. Oh no! So, here's the deal with these things. They're like transparent, and then see, they briefly turn parent. It's just like when they are attacking. Oh, and then they do that! And I think you can like bait out a melee attack for when they're on the walls. Okay. These are not that big of a deal now, maybe just because I know how to deal with them. I remember these being so much worse. They probably get worse later. But we're going to use the guitar on them. That's just an example of kind of what they do. Again, in the original where everything was not, like, super easy mode, I would be like, oh my god. Come on. Come on, do something. I think if they grab you, they also do a ton of damage. Come on. Do something. Oh. Okay, maybe they don't do that much damage. But it's tricky to, you know, bait the melee and then going for the swing. Not doing any side quests and only having, like, base weapons, these ghoulies took forever to kill. Okay, yeah, definitely in that instance, they would be a total nightmare. But I don't think I've ever done a playthrough where I didn't do any side quests. But I probably had, in my first playthrough, and some other playthroughs, I probably didn't already have the guitar by this point. I probably got the guitar later. Okay, yeah, and see, here's, like, the worst part. You gotta do, like, 3 in a row here. And imagine these on a higher difficulty, and where your weapons do not just, like, insta-kill them. That's what it is, you run under them. I remember there was, like, a trick. Thank you for that, yeah. I'm okay with backseating for these things, because, like, who could fucking care? These things suck. I'm making them look easy. I'm making them look easy. But, believe me. I watched my friend play through it, and we skipped a lot because we kept crashing. These were a nightmare. They were. I'm even having trouble with them, and... Oh no, normal enemies! Yeah, that's the other thing. You have to, unlike the other enemies, you can't just run by them. They lock you in. I kind of forgot to mention that part if it wasn't obvious. Like, you get the Devil May Cry barriers. Yeah, other enemies, they usually don't force you to fight. Lollipop. I think we're already, like, done, basically. Unless I went backwards. I don't think I did. They really couldn't model these so that it doesn't, like, go out of sync with his hands. It's kind of insane to me they fucked that up. Yo, we can do anything here. I'm not gonna back that one up. This letter is by Becky to Diane. Let's keep going. Wait a minute, can I do weapon? Can I do thing here? Yeah, hold on. I want to do something. I really don't need the pipe anymore. The pipe, you were adorable, but we're past the need for you. throw you away in the world of demons. But I will buy. I will pull up my my online shopping and I will buy a sword because I want one because it's cool. Thanks for still talking to me from inside the box, Wesley. Holy fucking shit, look at him. York has mastered the blade. And its first kill will be this lock. This lock. Let's go. Its second victim. A second lock. A second lock. He's got the power of God and the US government on his side, which is scary and not good.
Nick. Huh?
Agent Morgan, where are you? Answer me! Come on, open up!
George, call for assistance with the body.
Wait! She's still alive.
Diane, don't move. Don't move your hands and stay still.
I remember really liking this scene.
George, it's no good. It won't budge.
Emily, stand back.
Like,
there's not enough time.
I'm George just gonna fucking hand me. Oh shit, this part.
George, catch us.
Okay, George, why are you still... Like, that rules. They, like, really fucking work together on that. It's super over the top that York could jump like that, but still.
Thomas! Call an ambulance!
What? What?
Thomas, you just trying to shoot? What the fuck was that?
York, George, are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I think I'm too old to be an acrobat, though.
Oh, what?
Diane looks okay, too. She should be able to tell us who did this to her.
God, I hope so. But you, George, quite a catch. I'm impressed.
Hmm?
George?
gorgeous. What a beautiful beach. The reaching branches veer off into many directions, culminating in sharp voices slide away interruptingly, inspiring a truly deep eroticism in all who hear. Every woman will find herself about being penetrated by those sharp voices. This piece is most unimaginable to color. And yet, this is far more than a wooden piece of art. It is a blessed masterpiece by elegant
Diane?
themselves. Come closer. Bathe in this beauty.
The lighting on him is fucked in here.
Diane! Stop right there, Nick. You're under arrest for the attempted murder of Diane Ames. Huh.
Back off! Don't touch me!
Diane, no! Move!
I like that Emily at least makes an attempt here.
Emily, hurry!
Ugh. I honestly think this is one of the best scenes in the game. There's like a lot going on in it. Like, that's legitimately like, ugh.
I requested, and
Thomas will need a body bag, too.
Hey, good fucking going, Nick.
Nick, quiet.
Can you hear that?
Hmm?
Yeah! Willie! I feel like I misremembered this scene, like George straining so hard he reopens his scar.
Shall we follow, Zach?
Unless he did and it just isn't as like obvious of an effect as I remember. Like I thought I remember him like blood coming out of his face. The store looks quite friendly. Diane, why? Oh, Diane. Why is my model and texture so wrong that I look like a weird shadow man in here? They did a close-up, but like, did it open or... I can't remember if it's like always looks like that. Diane, did what we could. Still lost her. It wasn't all your fault, George. I'll go see that what Willie wants to show us. I'll leave the rest here to you. Yes. Okay. I feel like this... Oh. I was going to talk to the others. York, I can still feel her hand. Emily, it's okay. Just try and calm down. I'm going after Willie. You just take it easy here, okay? York. Called an ambulance, but I put down George and Nick. Might still need it. Make sure no one touches Diane's body either. I feel like this is like... Oh? No?
Zach, Willie is calling for us.
I feel like this is one of the, like, best scenes in the game. Like, it's such a culmination of a lot of things that have been building up with, like... You know... The characters are kind of working together more now. Like, after George totally fucked up the last thing, they work together, like, really hard, and they kind of get a big cool moment together. They're all doing something. It's also just kind of both cool and freaky and just interesting and stupid. But that's good. You want it to be all those things. Can I observe on this? Okay, let's just go. I can look at it. It's yeah. Willie? What's up, little guy? Where are we going? Where are we dropping? Okay, don't know why you're taking a roundabout way when you could have just gone... Assuming you're going that way. I guess you're following a scent. I guess you gotta follow the trail of the scent. Are we going... Oh no, this isn't where I thought it was. Willie. Think carefully. I really are just kind of wasting my time here. Oh, what? You're taking me where the blood trail would have led me? We should probably check that out. He wants a big, juicy steak. Willie? Figure it out. Yes, Willie. Resume. Such worthless dogs, I'll bury them all. Oh, we're finally getting to go in here. The elevator for carrying paintings. This is made for human use. Guess we'll have to use the stairs. Is that real? That doesn't sound like a thing. I would assume you'd want to ride with the paintings, but... Office room. Keep expecting to let the dog in like in Rule of Rose, but... Yeah, we haven't been in here before. We can't, like, look at what's on the desk. It's a dumbwaiter, but it looks huge. Let's go into... I don't know. I don't know what that says. The door doesn't fit the frame! The door's clipping through the frame! I can shave in here. Hang on. Can I change my clothes in here? I can. Hey, I'm gonna take some of your drugs. You don't need them anymore. Alright, well, I'm gonna really surprise my friends when I come out of here in a different outfit. Yeah, this is fine. Listen, let me just contaminate the crime scene a little more. You know, it's fine. Wear a new suit we haven't taken for a spin. Pretty sure we haven't worn this one, right? Yeah, bud? Hey, wait a minute. What does he actually say about this when I look at it? On closer inspection, there are tracks on the floor. Groups, perhaps? Might be able to move this sack. Very natural barking.
Willie, are you out there?
Kaysen, what are you doing in there?
York, is that you? Thank God. I can't get this door open. Can you unlock it from your side?
Kaysen, stand away from the door.
Where's Diane? And what are you doing here?
I was going to ask you the same thing.
Well, let's just say I have my reasons, you know, private reasons. I don't really have to tell you, do I?
Actually, you do. Diane just died a moment ago.
What?
You're not just a key witness now. You're now a suspect. And you need to tell me exactly what you were doing here.
Well, I just came here to talk with Diane. To have a conversation.
And I suppose that kiss mark on your cheek is from your conversation.
This was just a spur-of-the-moment thing.
Which is exactly what killed Diane.
Okay. I came here to be with Diane. You happy now? We've been together before. A couple times. It's one of the reasons why I like coming to this town, see? This time is no different. I bumped into her in a bar in Seattle. I had some holiday coming up. Well, so I just took it and I drove her back here. I have a wife, you know, but we've been separated for a while.
I forgot about that.
Now, and I don't want her lawyer finding out.
I did not remember that line.
Anyway, how could I kill Diane?
Yeah, what the fuck is this room?
Locked from the outside.
Why do you
2 hours ago, me and Diane, we were taking it easy, drinking upstairs. We were, you know, enjoying ourselves. Then Nick had to show up. Well, then Diane had a sudden change of heart. She locked me up in here. I've just been here, waiting for her to come back, of course, but she didn't. I heard footsteps a couple of times, but they just passed by. Well, then I couldn't wait anymore, so I let Willie here out through the window. Then you showed up instead of Diane.
Oh yeah, I just saw that. Someone mentioned like the weird hair on the back.
Has become the third victim of our killer.
It's like a weird part of the bottle's
from
fucked up.
questioning Nick. Nothing. Got no new leads from questioning Nick. He's taken the death of Diane really badly. In shock, the works. He claims to have
She asked me to get in the hatch, and well, obviously I did it.
He also had a problem with her views about men. He says that they argued, but not at a level that would lead to a murder. They were about to head out to the bar again together. But while he was waiting for Diane, someone knocked him out cold. He has no idea who it was either. Of course, Kaysen looks like a prime suspect. But that door was locked from the outside. There was no other way in or out of that room. Which means there is no evidence of his involvement at this time. He did say something else. The footsteps he heard outside the room were not heels, but a man's boots. And Nick was wearing boots.
Boots. I love how he keeps saying
Diane's dead.
boots.
No one can back up Nick's statement. Which is why we have Nick in custody and have to let Kaysen go free. That seemed like the only option, at least for now.
One more thing, Zach. George looked terribly depressed. I guess this case is really getting to him. He's feeling responsible for the deaths of Becky and Diane. Take his rules and confidence away from him? I wonder what's left. Well, of course, he'd still have muscle.
I feel like that's a bit mean, considering George is... I mean, George's been fucking up, but I mean, this time... I would say this time, George didn't fuck up at all. George, like, kind of was half the reason the day was almost saved. You know? And then he got fucking pushed into the thing. Alright, is this gonna give us enough money to, we can buy our car now. We can finally get our car. I should have backed up right there, but... Oh, I hope this is about to put me into a big cutscene.
Zach, let's get back to the hotel. First Anna, then Becky, now Diane. I'm not looking forward to writing this investigation report.
Agent Morgan. York. Do you have a moment?
What is it, George?
There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Do you have any time later?
Can't we just do it here?
Wait, I think his scar did get opened, though.
Possible.
It looks smaller.
I'd like to go to a bar. Of course, we don't really have to.
A bar? Now that sounds like a good idea. Zach, what do you think? We can go drinking with George, or turn him down and head back to the hotel.
Oh. Okay. Hey, we're gonna take a break here. I think this is one of the big things I remember. We're gonna close the game here and take a break. Because I gotta pee and I gotta let the dog out. If you have not seen this game, don't go anywhere. I think this bar scene is another one of my favorite moments. And the fact that it's optional is crazy. Assuming it's... People who know what I'm talking about, is this what I remember? Is this the... You know? Wink wink. I don't really need to be winking, but you know what I'm talking about? Okay. Yeah, if you don't know this game, you don't know if you've seen the bar scene? That's crazy, because it's like, it's a scene I think is so important that it shouldn't be optional. Anyway. I will say, though, before we get into it, it's also going to be where some of the content warnings I mentioned up top come in. So, you know, discussions about things, you know. There's some discussions about some things, so, you know. Just be ready. There's a lunch scene in this chapter most people miss for that very reason. I think we already had lunch this chapter, right? Or, well, I'll ask her about this when I come back from our break. I gotta use the bathroom and let this dog go. We'll be right back.
Sees him like a lion beside Don't you cry, my sweetheart. It's a lovely day. Come this day, this is the first day of us to really be together. So just close your eyes through the night. So don't cry, my sweetheart. Your morning's come. Oh, I wish from high above somewhere in the clouds you're not alone. Remember, I live in you, so darling, don't you cry. I could be your summer rain, freedom out of rain, wind blowing winter sun out the snow. No need to look for me. Melody of a beautiful spring. Oh, your pain will lead you to tomorrow. Brightness and joy forever. Love everything in your life. So don't cry.
Alright, I'm back. So what's going on with this next part? I can say no to the bar and I'll still be able to run around. And there's even like a secret, like, super easy to miss lunch that happens right during this part. Is that what am I understanding it right? Because normally I would never say no to this. I would immediately say yes. Let's go to the bar. Really interesting. Oh shit! Maybe we'll do that then. Hang on. Let me back up the save. Copy, there we go. This is gonna be... Oh my god. Just hitting keys and things are happening and I hate it. There we go, we got that. Well shit, let's do it then. Let's see this optional lunch and then I'll probably ping. Like, this is a scene I kinda wanna ping for. I kinda think it's that big. Well, it's not doing the thing where it shows what's behind the window, which is nice, but... It would also be nice if it was fucking consistent. Alright. So let's just resume.
Previously during the investigation.
I'm Kaysen, Forrest.
Kaysen is such a fucking weird head. He's got like a weird tall dome head. He doesn't really have a chin.
Zach, let's get back to the hotel. First Anna, then Becky.
Just to keep avoiding the bar in the hotel, George will essentially be perpetually trapped at the bar every night.
Investigation report.
Agent Morgan. York. Do you have a moment?
What is it, George?
There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Do you have any time later?
Can't we just do it here?
If possible, I'd like to go to a bar. Of course, we don't really have to.
A bar? Now that sounds like a good idea. Zach, what do you think? We can go drinking with George, or turn him down and head back to the hotel.
I'm gonna, like, feel bad saying no to this. But I guess I'll say no if y'all are telling the truth.
George, sorry, but I have to go back and write the investigation report. We can talk another time, okay?
Okay, I guess. Sorry to bother you.
Look at your... Yeah, no, I guess it's just... I imagine it bleeding more, but I guess his scar does get opened up during that scene because he exerts himself so hard. Oh no, is the car not here? Oh, there's just no time limit either. Well, George, how about you do me a favor here? Sorry, I'm not gonna go to the bar with you right now, man. But you know what you can do? You could drive me to Lysander's junkyard. That'd be cool. You wanna do that? Thank you, George. Well, I want to go to the bar really badly. I don't even feel not good making fun of him right now. Oh, it's raining. That's right. Okay, it's time. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go for the fishing? Nick has something at the sheriff's department. Ashta's still got something there, but they're gonna be closed. Anybody who, like... Can I go to the Ingram's house? It's one of the ones behind Jim's cabin. I know where we're going there. Before we go there, though, I want to go to Ingram's house. Because if they're all there right now and it's raining, maybe I can go in and just talk to them. We can't go into the police station while it's raining, right? Like it's closed. What the fuck is Kason doing? In my dream I saw Diane go into the forest. Diane will meet Anna and Becky there. Hope they're being nice to each other. Hope they're not cold in this rain. I can't go to the sheriff's. Okay, then we're gonna talk to Nick. Oh shit, Keith has something.
You?
There are children present, York. They'd get the poor boys all agitated. Shit, there's a lot we can do right now. Keith.
Hey, man.
Keith, what's wrong? You're usually more upbeat.
You really want me to drag you down too, FBI?
Maybe I can pull you back up.
Well, I've lost something, man. My most precious treasure in the world. Well, my most precious after my family. My guitar, man.
Yeah, this would upset him.
Lily said she gave it away. Gave it away. Can you believe that? She says it's my fault for not tidying up the storeroom. I don't get her, man. What kind of logic is that? I didn't tidy up the storeroom, so I have to lose my guitar? You with me, right, FBI? Man to man, you see where I'm coming from.
Your guitar means that much to you.
Oh, my meeting with that fine guitar is what led me onto the path of rock, man. It was back in high school. I made my first visit to Seattle. The world was tired of pop music, and people were crying out for a new sound. It was only a few years before grunge would explode out of Seattle. I met a true rocker there, man. He had the sunglasses, a biker jacket, and the long hair. Man, he even had a bandana. I mean, he was behind the times by then, but nevertheless, the pure white guitar on his back.
It's not white in this version. It's not white in this version.
In the midst of everyone wanting something new, I glimpsed a tradition that had to continue. That's right. It's called rockabilly. You dig me, right, man? The world can't be built solely on new things. I couldn't help myself. I approached him and opened my mouth. I told him what I was feeling, FBI, right there on the street.
I should have screen capped that.
It was like a dream. But it sparked something inside me. I can tell you that. Our shared love of music allowed us to talk like old friends. Before I knew it, I'd been hanging out with this guy for 3 days. When I finally had to go home, what do you know? He gave me that guitar, man. He said that the soul of rock should be passed on to the next generation. That is how the legendary guitar Grekach came into my hands. Well, thanks for listening anyway, FBI. It means a lot to me.
The bond between men. What do you want? I mean, we have to. We can't. We have to help them out. It's Keith.
Hey!
Hey!
Oh, baby! Where did you find it?
Lily gave it to me. As a reward for cleaning up the storage room.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm happy to see it with you. Treat it well. I'll just do the manly thing and forget about it.
Come on now, Keith. I can't play it myself. Instruments exist to be played, not to become an ornament.
Or a weapon.
What am I going to do with it? Use it as a weapon? That's not what it's for. You're the owner of this guitar. You should have it.
Bro!
Your story relit the burnt-out fire of rock in my soul.
FBI, you're all right. Hey, just hold on a moment. Take this then, in exchange.
Gold card. Didn't we already have one?
It's a gold card, our super discount card. There's no markup on anything we sell you if you use this. This, in a way, means I'd work for no pay for you, man.
Are you sure?
Of course, we're buddies, man. Yeah.
Bond between men. Please, let's not discuss anything too horrible in front of the children. I've made Keith and Kason promise me too.
Yo, dude.
Kason was at the gallery too? Glad he made it out alive then.
You?
Children Pause, New York? Let's not talk about the fucking murder. My dream I saw Dan go into that forest. Dan will meet Anna and Becky there. They're being nice to each other. Hope they're not cold in this rain. Let's save. We've lost a legendary weapon, but we've helped a legendary friend. I'm marking the save the save right before this one to know to come back later for that screenshot. What do I call this one? Bond Between Men. That's what this one is. Because Quentin didn't ask for his wrench back. Into the red world. Hey, there's Cason's big ol' car. Get me to the garage. Oh wait, it's closed. Sheriff's Department then. If I go if I approach the hotel just to get my car, that's safe, right? Am I allowed to do that, or will that trigger No, we cannot go in here right now. So we're gonna go fishing then. No, it's fine. We'll just do it later. All right. What do we need? We want the Greenvale Forest. So we go up here, and it's just one of the things behind the house. Oh, it's after when they close anyway. Got it. Okay. I see. Makes sense. That would explain why he's like, hey, let's go to the bar. See if Jim has anything. Oh. Heard you've caught the killer, but I still see purple fog in the forest. I don't think it's all over yet. Did you get the right guy? I can't discuss that. What does all this mean? When will it all end? That's a very interesting line for Jim to have. He's talking about the purple fog, and only one other character has mentioned that before. Huh. There's no proof that the fog and the killings are connected, I know. I can't help thinking that they are. Is the fog even something we can really see? They mention it a few times, but I feel like I never really noticed the fog in the environment if it's actually there. I mean, I guess the sky looks a little purple, but that's interesting. Harry mentioned this, but yeah, but I'm like, do we ever just see it, just walking around, because he's talking like it's there right now, but see it more during the hell hour, maybe. Maybe only old people can see the fog. All right. I mean, I guess I'll just try fishing at each one and just see what happens. But it should just start when I fish at one of these. But you know what? Let's just do a... Just a lot more worms. Oh shit! Hey, I think that might be it. Okay, do it at the knife. Hey, I think that might be it. Or it's something at least. Oh, I love the FBI poncho. The way it just materializes and no other character gets anything like that. Right, none of the other characters have raincoats or anything. Which which is weird. Like, since it rains all the time, you usually do that for the characters. No! I gotta do the bullets. Hey, this... I hope I don't have to reload my save. You know, I'd be about to run out of worms. Come on! Oh, well, we're not losing anything, that's okay. Smallmouth bass. Oh, I didn't really need that. Hang on. Is there like anything to break around here? No, I don't see anything. Fuck it, let's just go for it. Does he actually say anything different since there's like something different there? No. Oh, we're gonna have to reload our fucking save. Unless there's bait, like, over here we can find. Oh my god, it gets so quiet, it's so awkward. There's really nowhere to find... Okay. We're on the title screen.
Previously during the investigation.
I'm Kaysen, Forrest.
I wish the fish liked cigarettes. Yeah, Keith! Kaysen, what is that squat? I hate it. I don't know what that animation is supposed to be. It sucks. Oh, by the way, forgot to mention it. Tomorrow, since I don't have work, probably gonna do more Paper Mario. I meant to do a second, like, session this weekend, but... Okay, wait. Well, you know what? Let's just... Why even ask? I'll just experiment. I'm gonna go to the hotel and see if I can buy worms. Or if that will just instantly... I'm gonna assume I have to go to my room to trigger it. Oh, no, no, no. I can't go in the hotel. I can't go in the hotel. Unless I take a different path. Can I, like, go in a different door? No, I think this is triggering the story. Yep, okay. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Have to close the game for that. We're not ready for that just yet. Why is my controller, like, off? Close the game for, like, 1 second, the controller turns off. Oh my god, come on. Controller, just connect. Hang on. Everything's fighting me right now. Game? How about you close instead of, like, freezing in a weird way? Is there a way to turn off the screenshot sound? Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can do that all I want without fucking with stuff. Crow Country update? Oh, hard mode. Okay, I don't know what my fucking controller is doing right now. Because it's charged. Okay, now it's deciding to work. Here we go. Alright.
Previously during the investigation.
I'm Kaysen, Forrest.
Why don't they like model all these rooms even though you can't go into some of them? They got groceries. I feel like I've never seen a big paper bag full of groceries like that in my life. Now, maybe a couple times, but it's almost always like, if you got a family that big, you need more than that, right? Like, that's not gonna be enough. The park. I gotta do the fishing quest. I gotta talk to Jim again. I know this probably won't change anything, but I want to talk to him about the purple fog. I want to gather the info. Give me $23. $46 even. You know, I probably won't be able to... I'm gonna guess that it's gonna stay raining until we finish this chapter. Right, here's our fishing time save. I buy worms here. I'll sell cookies. Do you not sell worms? I'll sell cola. I'm gonna say, if it does stay raining, that gives us time to do some, at least a couple things. I'm attempting something this time. I'm attempting a new time-saving strategy. Oh, come on! I'd imagine some chapters have to be locked. Nah, okay, I can't just drive the car down there.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? Well, I'll join you if you like, but I do need to get that report written.
You will wait.
Once you're finished, let's head back to the hotel.
We have important, weather-dependent, secret side business to get to. Alright, we've got three lives, essentially. Start with the knife worm. Come on. Okay. Scope it out. So we always want to go 3 to 4 away. Let's go for the knives. No. You know what? I'm gonna go for the knives every time. Or whatever is 4 away. I still can't tell if this is like, it's always random, or it's always like semi-random between the same kind of certain number of spaces, or if like every single space will move a different number of spaces, so you literally just have to find like, what's the space that makes you land on this space every time, you know? Oh baby, yeah, it's just random. Cutscene. Oh.
Zach, did you see that? Now that fish was huge. You only see something like that in the countryside. I bet I'll need a better rod to reel that monster in. We need to find someone who knows more about fishing here.
Legendary Tabitha. That's what it's called? Alright, let's go. I think I already have a good idea of where to start. I wonder if that technically took some of our bait or not. So this is another one I've never done, so very, very excited. I guess this is how you get the other rod as well. Hey, with the limit being 0, that just means I can go to the bar at any time, right? Like, he's just always at the bar. Can I confirm here? No, he is at the sheriff's department with everyone else. I guess I just have to go later? Now, I'm hoping y'all are remembering wrong and that you are, in fact, just supposed to go to the bar, but... Jim, can you help me?
Can I ask you something?
I have nothing to say if it's about murders, victims, and killers.
No, it's about something else. About fishing.
Fishing?
I saw a behemoth-sized fish in the river. A real whopper.
Did you catch it?
Oh, no. It was far too strong for my line. It ripped the lure right off.
Yeah, just as I thought. No human would be able to catch her, at least not that easily.
You know the fish I'm talking about?
Her name is Tabitha. She's been protecting the peace of the river for many years now.
Tabitha?
She's a special one. Probably some kind of king salmon. A variant or a mix of something. She's been seen in these parts for over a decade now. A normal king salmon would only live about 7 years, of course. There's no real explanation for it. I think there's a special reason for her existence. You know, like nature trying to warn us about something.
You said that she's kind of like the keeper of the river.
Catching the keeper is every fisherman's dream. You gonna try and catch her?
If I get the chance.
Just hold on a minute, then.
New rod, new rod.
I'll lend you this.
Yes!
It's the rod I used when I was younger. Real sturdy piece of work.
Are you sure?
Yeah, if you fight Tabitha with a weak rod, you might end up just getting hurt. If you do manage to haul her out, though, I want to see her, you know. Could you bring her to me?
Of course.
The Rod of Legends! That's really good. Let's get going. Let's catch Tabitha with our one life. Legendary fishing rod. Many fishermen dream of fishing with this rod. Looks a lot longer. Wait. Oh, right. We gotta go back here. Here we go. It's really fun, like, actually getting to see all these things now. Here we go. Oh, that did not count as us losing our bait. Here we go. We got two shots at this. Well, you know, we can lose our bait 2 times. Okay. Oh, what do you know? We nailed it. Right away. 1 shot. The big city.
Look at all these scars.
Oh, shit.
You've been protecting this river for a long time, haven't you?
I knew this day would come.
It's fucked up.
Plan to do with her. I think she'd be lovely smoked.
Yep. Smoking your own catch sounds like the makings of a very tasty appetizer. But even the pair of us could never eat this much smoked salmon, right?
I could eat that much smoked salmon.
You might regret that later. You're not gonna see a fish that big again anytime soon.
Oh, I have no regrets. I capture criminals, not fish.
I bet she was glad, you know. Glad that you're the one who caught her. Just keep the rod. Think of it as your trophy for catching Tabitha.
Well, that was a cute side quest. We actually got to, like, interact with Jim some more. A character I barely ever talked to before this playthrough. And that's it. That's it for the fishing stuff, isn't it? We're all done, huh? I also like Jim. He's just a little mountain guy. Likes nature. Go over here and save. So I should be able to, that's what I'm going to check next. I don't know if, like, the hospital will be closed in the rain. I would hope not, but okay, let's do a save that we can back up. This is... That was also, like, way simpler than I expected, but I guess that's what the fishing in the game is like. Alright, Tabitha caught. That is backed up. Actually, with where we are now... how far would we just drive to the hospital? Oh, pretty far. It would be very far. Yeah. We're on the opposite side of town, so... George, I'll meet you at the bar later, but first, get me to the hospital. Oh, they're open. She's up here. Anything wrong, Agent York? Heard you arrested the killer. If you're still here, Agent York, that means Dr. Johnson won't tell me anything either. Guess I'm worrying too much. Do you have large? Medium. No, oh, that's almost 1,000 for a heal. Fuck that. That's like weapon money. That's car money. Can't be asking that much for a medium med kit. Get out of here. Come on. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask, like with the actual like full cutscenes and everything, how's having the audio ducking and the desktop audio being up all the way been? Has it all sounded great, like better than usual, where I just fuck with it and, you know? Is it like, are y'all liking this setup better? Alright, gotcha. What? Huh? Oh, he's just in the other room. Okay. I just always see him here. It's supposed to be tough on you too, Agent York. Do you want to prepare you a special IV? No, I want you to talk to me.
Asha, something on your mind?
Oh, Agent. Just the person I wanted to see.
I take it this isn't a chess problem. Is it something a little more serious?
Oh, yeah, it's serious. I just can't figure it out.
Now you've snagged my interest. Tell me more then.
It's a question, well, it's more like a riddle that Fiona gave me. Now, you might want to write this down. It's a little long. Ag silver, Na sodium, Ge germanium, Er erbium, Li lithium, Kr krypton,
Wait.
Ir iridium, Sb antimony, Se selenium, Eu europium, and
This is a riddle?
strontium. The elements love you, Doctor.
What are these? Elements from the periodic table?
Oh, that's right. I thought it was some chemistry problem, but that doesn't seem to be it at all. Please, if you can figure it out, you let me know, okay?
Okay, Asha. I'll give it a shot.
You let me know as soon as you figure it out.
Periodic riddle. Okay. Is there gonna be like an interface for this, or?
It's a question, well, it's more like a riddle that Fiona gave me. Now, you might want to write this down. It's a little long. Ag silver, Na sodium, Ge germanium, Er erbium, Li lithium, Kr krypton.
Oh my god, he's just gonna go through them whenever I talk to him.
Iridium, Sb antimony, Se selenium, Eu europium.
I mean, I don't know if he's gonna say something else at the end, so I...
The elements love you, Doctor.
Okay. Wait. In... What was the order? AG in... Don't read it horizontally. What if you read it vertically?
Okay, now, read the first letters vertically down. Angel kisses?
You still don't understand?
Of course, angel kisses.
I nailed it.
Is Freckles. The answer's Fiona.
In other words, Fiona is in love with you.
Oh. I see.
It's a very cute love letter. Those who have the courage to love have the courage to face rejection. And she is a brave one. Don't you think that's wonderful?
You know, just between you and me, she's been sending me signals like this for over a year.
Then why don't you respond? Is there something else you're interested in?
No, there's no one else. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike Fiona, I don't know what to do.
Asha, don't tell me you've...
Yeah, that's right, I've never had a girlfriend before.
Oh my god.
Please now, don't tell a soul, promise. I won't do your autopsy if you tell.
Asha, that's a fresh, new way of saying something horrible.
Thank you for figuring this one out for me. Now I'll handle the rest.
That's really good.
Thank you.
That's maybe the funniest intent. Yes!
Thanks, Usha. This'll help me keep it zipped, all right?
Agent? Now, don't.
Just kidding, Usha. Your secret dies with me. Hopefully in many years' time.
Hey, that's like the funniest thing in this game that is intentionally supposed to be funny. That's such a good line. A fresh new way of saying something horrible. Also, I've never even seen him eating chips. I love how, like, random the card objects are. At the first autopsy, Agent York, if I recall correctly, you mentioned the killer was a passionate kisser. I don't know Nick all that well, but do you think he's a passionate man? Oh, it's another one down. Let's save. I feel like we've done something for just about everybody in town at this point. Obviously, I think every character does have a side quest, whether it's a favor they want or... Oh, I've never heard... He talks about chips? How have I not heard his chip dialogue? I'm gonna go back in and talk to him again. Like, I assume he has chips, like, by his computer or something, but... Here's what chips... How have I not heard him... He does have chips there. I want to hear him talk about chips. Please, Usha, talk to me about potato chips. No! How have I missed that? I don't think I've ever... It sounds vaguely familiar, but... It must be a thing where you just gotta come back here and just talk to him. And I just have somehow missed it. I want to know what he says about chips now. Oh my god. Oh. Hi. It's always weird seeing the non-real characters. You kind of forget that they exist, but it's like, yeah, it's a town full of people. You know? Even if it's not huge, there's other people. Is there anything in any of these? I don't think I've ever been in this room, ever, in any playthrough. Okay, get me out of here. I think I might be about to go in circles. I should check the map. I can turn around and go down here. If I look at the trading card for Usha's chips, let's spoil the fucking end of the game. I don't know why it would, but like... You know what? Hold on, just to be safe. Just to be safe. I'm gonna look at some of these cards. Wow, we've got like a lot of cards now. Hang on, I'm looking at some cards. Hey, any character that dies, literally every character that dies, their card says they die. Even before they die. What the fuck, man? Here's a good one. I could show this one. That's a good one. That's all you need to know. What else is there? Dog loves coffee. Okay, hang on. Wait. I think Kaysen's card is inaccurate, because it says he started showing up in town a few months ago, but they kind of imply he's been coming around for a long time. Unless he just, like, warmed up to them that fast, I got the implication he's been there for, like, years. Okay, chips. Oh my god. This is great. They have a lot of mistranslations. Okay, that makes sense. Ush's companion during chess battles. He believes cheese-flavored chips raise his chances of winning. That sounds like something I've heard him say in a previous playthrough. That rules, though. Killer's MO, the Red Seed murders, trading cards. I never realized that that's what the thing is. I would honestly like a full set of these cards in a thing like this. Just me. Fiona. Let's enter the red zone. Wait, Brave Fencer Musashi has trading cards? I have to look this up now. I know Brave Fencer Musashi had, like, action figures in it. I don't remember trading cards. I don't really see any on eBay, but that's another game I think I might want to stream one day. Fuck, that rules. Alright, well, let's see. I don't know where else we want to go right now. Yeah, we're quest with Nick, but... Could just go to Galaxy of Terror. Diner. Check on Anna's house. Emily! Emily has something. I think we can finally start doing Emily's quest since it's raining. Hang on. Emily's house. What's closest? Panda Bear. We can actually start doing Emily's side quest now. I might do it all. We'll see. I'm at least going to do what I can do. Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean it's too late? Wait, if I start it now, I can't finish it? If I start it later, I can finish it, though? Is that like a weird bug? Like if you start it now, you can't finish it, but if you start it later, it's fine? I have to. I'm not gonna chapter. I'll just do what I can do now. Like whatever. It doesn't matter. If I have to chapter select to do it, then it's not happening this playthrough. Then that means this will be the first one. I mean, then I'll do the first part. Like that's fine. Again, this is not 100% playthrough. I am not about to like get every single thing in the game. I'm gonna do what we can. Like the chapter select function in this game is terrible, and I will not be messing with it on stream. Like I will not be doing it on stream. But if there's something right in front of me that I can do, I'll do it. Like, oh, if I can't finish the quest line, okay. You know, that's fine. Yeah, like I was gonna use chapter select.
So, where shall we go?
I'm surprised there aren't more lines yet. Okay, I believe someone mentioned that there's a card over here you can only get when it's raining. Let's see if that's the case. I think I just see it. Silence. I guess the implication is like the water moved it to the top. Yo! Yeah! Yeah! Yes! That rules. Why is the thing still... who knows? Let me hide the game just in case. Okay, it's nothing. Cigarettes help some people to focus. Detective York favorite... Detective York? I don't think you call them... I mean, like, it's not wrong, but I think detective is more of a specific title than agent. Like, he does the same thing, but... Thank God we have cigarettes now. There was another one of those somewhere. You don't remember where the other, like, rain thing is, or is this just the one? Maybe that was it. Having a trading card just for cigarettes is so fucking funny. That's some bad Bojamo shit.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
I'm like that. This is worrying me that like I feel like he should have more to say by now, but I guess he really just doesn't. Let's finally go to Emily's house, I guess. Next episode starts with this chapter. For some reason, I thought we were already in a new episode, but I mean, I guess also them being episodes and chapters is confusing anyway. Like, how the fuck can you remember which is which? Oh, I think I've... Okay, I need to turn up here. Anna Bear's closed, yep. Okay, so the episodes are the big things. The chapters are inside the episode. Okay, yeah, we can actually go into Emily's house now. Oh. It's safe. Her American flag. What the fuck are these pictures? I don't know if I've ever actually been in Emily's house now that I think about it. Hang on. Making another save back up. Let's take a good look. This is already a lot. What the hell? What the fuck is that picture? It's like just like a real picture of someone that's all blurred and weird. Greenvale. She just seems like watching TV. You have more interest in soap operas. Where are you at? That's fucked up. She's a calendar. This game takes place in June. Confirmed. Superwoman. She works out or burns calories on the spike each day. Which do you think is more likely, Zach? What? That's like the same thing. Emily's bagel sandwich. A bagel sandwich made by Emily recovers both hunger and tiredness, but then makes them increase again faster. That looks fucked up. Oh my god. Yeah, she's doing something over here. She's doing some dark work. What the fuck, Emily? Emily, you can't. What is that? What is that magazine? Is that Truth Woman? Supper! Danish! I love Danish! Wait. Danish. It's him. It's a magazine for him. Danish. Happy 3rd birthday, Danish. Danish. Let's talk to her.
So, how's the chemistry experiment coming along?
An experiment? I'm doing my best to learn how to cook better, thank you very much.
Sorry if I touched a nerve. I just couldn't resist it.
Well, anyways, how about trying a taste for me then?
You mean a taste of this?
Well, I think it came out pretty good. But I want to hear other people's opinions so I can improve my cooking. So come on, please.
This is shocking, Zach. She's serious.
So?
The knife sticking out of an onion or a
Come on,
cabbage or
tell
whatever
me.
is so good.
It isn't entirely inedible.
What's the best way of saying that then, Zach?
Ah, of course. It tastes...
Yeah, like those, I can see it now.
Nice try.
Like, because they had to say Zach instead of Jeter or
No
whatever.
need to get so depressed. This dish just needs one more ingredient. You need a certain fermented dairy product, and this will be perfect.
A dairy product? What?
If we get the chance, Zach and I will bring it to you.
Then we can mix it in, and I'll try it again, okay? What do you say?
Thank you, Agent York. I won't get my hopes up too high, but I'll be here.
Nice try cooking. Text below where it says trash is very funny. Let me see if I can see it. I feel like I could have maybe seen it during that scene. No, what does it say? Emily, do you have a storage thing here anywhere? Picture of Emily and her father. She in her deputy uniform. She looks young and innocent, probably just starting on the job. Wait, I don't think I've ever seen this. Is that supposed to be her? What the fuck? I mean, that's definitely her. Why is her dad like this scary amalgamation? I never realized you could see pictures of Emily's dad. Materials can suffer? Look at that! Look at that, like, Tim and Eric monster! Next to the 3D model. They keep doing this. Okay, I think we can go to our, like, house that we own and get either the cheese or the yogurt out, assuming we have any. Never seen the high-quality beef. I wonder if to get a biscuit, you have to go inside Thomas's house. Alright, I don't want to fucking drive there, so... George? George, warp me over to my sweet home. My house that I own and never use. If we don't have any, then... Whoops. Wait. Oh, I got really worried for a second. Okay, it just... That was a weird transition. I don't know why it's like that. I thought it was about to start the hotel thing. Look at this, like, fucking no personality house they give you. Where is my weapon storage in here? Here it is. Let's see. I do not have cheese or yogurt, whichever one it might want. Wait, is there a framed picture of a sofa? I didn't even notice. Holy shit, hang on. I totally missed that. Oh my god. What a great picture to have in your house. Okay, well, we need to go to the milk barn. But by the time that happens, it might not be raining anymore. I feel like considering how super dependent on, like, weather this quest is, even though it's Emily and I'd love to do it, I think I'm gonna say this one's not a priority. This one's gonna be hard to do. Because everything has to line up. I'll buy some stuff ahead of time, but in the meantime, I'm thinking we just want to go straight to the, you know, the bar. Like right off the bat, I'm just gonna ask, can anyone think of anything I could do right now? Like anyone I should poke in on that would actually be interesting, or should I just go to Galaxy of Terror and should I just like smoke a cigarette and go on in? That's what I'm thinking the plan is. I feel like, I swear I must have done at least like one step in that thing. Oh, right. Wait till tomorrow. I totally forgot. Well, hey, our home away from home is going to be good for something. Thank you, Spidoo. I totally forgot the whole reason we did this in the first place was for the lunch scene. I totally forgot. That's so weird. They don't let you go through your door. You have to, like... It just does that. That's... Like this is part of... Like, this isn't outside? That's, I don't know. This is weird. Alright. It is... Oh, yeah. Do a long sleep. Alright. They forgot to put a save point in the house? Holy shit. I didn't think about that. I didn't even notice. That is bullshit. Okay, it is too early. We'll just give it another, like, 6 hours, but we'll have a bite of something. Have a little cherry pie. You know, a little 6 a.m. cherry pie before you go back to sleep. You know how it is. Alright, let's get that lunch. Okay. I guess I could have just done 3 hours, but whatever. Emily. I thought that was like a eagle. Alright, time for, I guess, a meal scene that I've literally never seen. Probably another one I've never seen, because that secret second one in that one episode. Alright, time for some lunch. see. Oh, he's in here. What? What is everyone running for? They have crew chairs in here. I'd hate to have to sit through a long meeting in one of these.
Hello?
It's just in the middle of lunch. Do you want to join me? Yes, please. I'll make my very best.
How's Nick doing?
Well, he keeps saying that he didn't do it.
I see.
Do you think he... You know... Diane?
The evidence at the scene would suggest so. But this third party who knocked him out makes things more complicated.
Ugh. What's the matter?
What is this? This tastes different.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I've got the mustard and peanut butter mixed up.
Thomas, you having a bad day? That's not like you.
You've been working just as hard as us recently. You must be tired.
Not really. Please, I'll make these over.
What? Why? It doesn't taste bad. In fact, it tastes pretty good to me.
I wouldn't want to eat even the correct sandwich. I don't like mustard. All right, well, yeah, that felt familiar. I feel like I might have somehow seen that. I'm not sure though. All right, well, let's go see Nick. I'm pretty sure I've done Nick's side quest. All right. No wasting time. We gotta go see Nick. We gotta take care of this. I'm so good at the shooting range. If the correct sandwich needed peanut butter, but you put mustard, that would be even worse. That'd be a fucking nightmare. Keep all that away from me. I'd be sick just thinking about this. Alright, if I remember right, Nick's like at the very end. Yep, there he is. With some stranger. Nick, do you like my sword? Will you tell me something if I show you my cool sword?
Hey, Nick.
Happy that you've got your man? No. I'm not your man. I'm just a suspect.
Nick.
Why is there another guy there?
I didn't do it.
Actually, I believe you. But until we catch the real murderer, you're going to remain a prime suspect.
What's gonna happen to me then? Never mind. I'm more worried about Olivia. How's she doing? Come on, say something.
I can't tell you anything.
If that's the case. Could you hand her a letter? Please? Agent...
You don't mind me inspecting it first?
Oh, that's fine.
Only this once, Nick.
Thank you. Thanks. Tell her I'm sorry, will you?
Nick, you need to do that, not me.
Nick's letter. Yeah, if he's like a suspect in a serial killing, he should not be in here. Or I mean, he shouldn't be in there with another guy. So I'm noticing that when they go agent kind of awkwardly, I'm wondering if, in addition to re-recording lines to say Zach, they also, like, didn't know what they were gonna rename David Young Henning to? So there's, like, a bunch of lines where they're just, like, awkwardly just saying, hey, help me, agent. Like, they didn't have a name in mind when they started recording. But then a lot of people also call him the right name, so it's, I don't know. Some of that just feels noticeable. Oh, you know what we can do? You know what we can do now? You know what we can finally get? Check this out. Go. Here we go. We've got enough money. Get my car fixed. Can't afford Diane's car, but let's get mine.
Okay, thank you very much. It's gonna take a while to carry out the repairs, though. Go and get a good night's sleep and come back soon, why don't you? Once it's done, I'll put it out front. Just use this key and take it.
Key to York's car. Nice.
Don't worry. I may not look it, but I'm pretty darn good at what I do.
Hey, that's a Dan. Alright, well. Anything to say? We're still working on it. I told you, rushing will get killed in the battlefield, didn't I? Go and get a good night's sleep, prepare for tomorrow's battle. Alright. Let's hit the milk barn. I think there's probably some stuff there for us. If nothing else, we can use our new card. And save. And get cheese and yogurt or whatever we need. You know, we still haven't found like a bigger item bag. I'm wondering if that's even a thing in the game. Cason.
Hey, York.
Pretty funny, eh? To which the frog replies, "No, I'm just happy to see you." Cason, you're in a good mood. York! You're like a stealth bomber. When did you get here? Just now. What are you talking about with Keith? Just a joke. No problem, right? No, no problem. Man, don't scare people like that. You made my blood pressure go up about 1,000%. You won't surprise me like that again. I've got a special radar right on you. Keith?
Yo, dude.
York. I've heard the rumors. Diana's dead and Nick's in the slammer. Really think Nick did it? He ain't that kind of guy. Yes, I know. Really? Then why? Can't say any more than that.
Yo, dude.
Finish up then? Just hold on then. Shotgun shells, that's good. Don't think we really need them yet. I mean, I might as well buy some. They're so cheap here. Let's see. Do you have cheese or yogurt? You've got cheese. Pretty good, nice looking block of cheese there. Yeah, give me worms. I got a belly full of worms. Nothing else? I'm gonna go 555. Oh, hey! It's Richard. Sally lost her daughter, now Quint lost his girl. Which do you think has the worst? They're both pretty bad. Actually, I think he has the worst. Yes. Oh, this is the same. We've heard that before. Oh, is Lily not in right now? Did I come here at the worst time again? She's not like blending it. Oh man, I'm always coming here when Lily's not around. Oh well. Well, we've got cheese now in case we need it. I feel like we've still been doing more side quests than I expected for tonight, but I feel like this is also a little bit of a special point in the story. You know? I'm taking a break I didn't think I would take. Because I didn't know you could. Right, give me to the diner. You know, hang on. We haven't been listening to enough music. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. We haven't been, you know, we're fast traveling so much. We're rapidly approaching non-stop story time? Yeah. And then it'll just be a matter of time until we hit the end game, and then, you know. That's true. There is like, the story's already ramping up a little bit, and it's gonna just go even harder in a second. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Shit. Write this down. Here we go. More horse time. Why do they have to ask me like twice? Alright. Let's enjoy it.
Nothing. Just my imagination.
You know? Go bring back that 2011 Deadly Premonition vibe. First playthrough shit.
All you have to do is take a hook and I couldn't you just simply die? Cutting like a pattern.
Both loves it. There's something here. There's something here. Am I missing something? I feel like something's bugged here. I should probably check what number 33 is.
No, my love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet.
Rosy lips. Oh, it is Gina.
My love fashion's going yet.
What am I? What do I need to do here?
My love fashion's going yet.
No, not you. I'm done with you.
My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet.
Try the car wash? Try it.
My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet.
You get out of here. There we go. Okay, the song rules, but... I could have sworn we've done this since this new quest thing popped up. Has to be multiple times. I'm gonna do it like 3 times right now and see what happens. I guess we haven't done a side quest involving her yet, so...
This makes it your 6th time. To thank you for being one of our best customers. Today, you get the special service.
Special service, start. Okay. Oh, I can't turn the volume back up. But I don't think there's usually music for these anyway. Alright.
Here we go.
Oh my god, it's playing this song. The sponge is just exploding.
Bubbles. Washing cars is fun. Shiny. Looks pretty.
This is bizarre.
Up there.
You didn't do anything. You didn't touch the car. Tina, this is terrible.
Ooh, that was fun.
For you, I guess.
I'll give you the special service every time from now on. See
You don't
ya.
have to.
Zach, that was some aggressive car washing. She's crazy. Like a cat in heat. You may have liked it, but I never want to go through that again.
That's great. That's great. I never want to do that again. That sucks. That rules. That's so stupid. I love it. And the vision is blurry. She blurred my vision. Horses again. Zach, I'm putting on the fucking horse music. I feel like we're doing a lot of side stuff, but we're not, you know, we're not slowing down, enjoying the drive. I do want to get one of my regular cars back.
No, nothing.
Oh my god. This is the right way. Oh, she's at home. I guess the diner wouldn't be open, considering. I think I want to go this way. And then she'll be on my right after the... Okay, that's easy to remember.
It's what we like, 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 it's what we like.
Man, I love this song. Speaking of the LP during the peak Brony days when I did listen to remix, never heard this one particularly, still excited. Oh yeah, like the So Great and Powerful stuff is like my favorite. Like I'm not really into the horses as much as some of my friends are these days, but what's yours? Great Cook. Yeah, So Great and Powerful I think is like, that's like the only like horse music thing I go back to because it's just legitimately like, wow, this is really good. Let's get this turned in. I think it's our first time going in this house. Never been in here. I'm gonna take an onion from you. Sorry. Your house looks cute. We do run a diner after all, and the kitchen's clean and organized. They got a nice little pile of like onions. A little pile of onions and carrots. You got soup going. More just weird. I swear that hat is edited onto whoever's in that photo. Yes?
What's this?
Nick asked me to give it to you. It's a letter from him to you.
Nick wrote this? For me? Olivia, I'm sorry for all the trouble I am causing you.
I'm writing this letter because I need to tell you some things. First, I'm sorry about meeting with Diane without telling you. My actions were irresponsible and may have caused you to misunderstand. But I swear to God I was not cheating on you, and I didn't kill Diane. That's what I wanted to tell you. As I sit here in this cell, all I can think about is you. Don't worry about keeping the diner open, okay? Try to eat well, too. I had thought that this happiness we had would just go on forever. I've always been grateful to you, but I've never told you, have I? I used to think that putting it into words made it sound cheap. But at times like these, Words are all we need. Thank you for everything. Once I get home, I'll make it up to you. Take care of yourself. I love you. Nick.
Agent, could you wait a moment, please? I want to write a reply.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I believe in you.
Zach, I hope Nick will feel better by this.
Next letter complete. A return to better things. Yeah, it's cute. And Nick is, it's cool that Nick is like, there's a couple Twin Peaks characters he could be similar to, but he's not actually like any of them. He's like an actually like decent guy. Tools of the trade, a set of 7 items for self-grooming. If Nick is using these, it's not showing. Anything else I can do in here? Nope. Look at that dog. Look at that fucked up dog. Alright, nothing else in here. You know, it's funny, we did all that fast travel and literally they're like next door. A decent guy just kind of defaults to a rude persona? Yeah. So Olivia's car, it's quite tidy inside too. Wait, is this Nick's car then? Oh, okay, I see. Olivia's got kind of a cooler car. I turned the horse music back on, but we're just going next door. I wonder if there's any more fishing spots with trading cards in them. I'm not going to bother like looking that up or asking people to tell me, but I'm just wondering, like, we've done all the races. I wonder if we've done all the, like, fishing stuff. I don't think we've ever caught, like, a salmon,
Here
but...
that you want to check out? Well, I'll join you if you like, but...
Yeah, it's almost 10, but I'm going to keep going. I got some big stuff I want to get to on this. Should also back up the save. Now again, I should mention, since we've been on this for like an hour, I am going to be able to go see the bar scene still, right? Like that's still, if I just go when he's there, it'll happen. Maybe with a slightly different line at the start. Because I would hate to do all this and then be like, nope, gotta reload my save. You double check? Okay, good. Because I have way more... It's way more important to me to have the bar scene than it is to have any of this other stuff we're doing with the little window it gives us. Okay, I forgot how soon the second death happens after the... Well, I guess technically third death happens after the second one.
Huh?
Your letter. Here's a recipe that you made. I'm not interested in that. Did you give her the letter?
Huh?
Here we go.
It's a letter from Olivia.
From Olivia? What the... I wrote so much. More than I'd ever actually say. A lot more than this. And she writes me only 3 lines back.
Not enough for you?
Oh, no, it's more than enough.
She wrote as much as she could. That's the best she could do right now.
Yeah. 3 powerful lines. I believe in you. I'll wait for you. I'm sorry. I don't agree with the last one, though. I'm the one who has to apologize.
Do you feel a little better now, then? Just wait until the case is finished. I promise this will all come to an end.
Yeah. I know, I believe you. She's believing in me too, and waiting for me.
Well, I have to be going.
Hold on a minute.
Everlasting true love, I'm yours. Key to the back of diner.
What's this?
The key to the back door of the diner. There's a big bag in the kitchen. I don't know if you could use it. Of course, I can't exactly go with you.
Okay. I'll take this and I'll go check it out.
There's a big
Looks like
bag in the
turned to
kitchen.
Better things for those two, eh, Zach?
There's a big bag in the kitchen. It's yours. You can have it. Big bag! He's thinking about the big bag. Oh, I can't wait to get my hands on that big bag. Zach, can you believe it? We're getting a big bag. That's so fucking funny. That's such a dumb video game thing they could... Like, don't say what it is. Just say, like, hey, there's something in there. I think it might help you. And then if you go in there and it's a big bag, it's like, okay, video game upgrade. That's fine. Having the character say, there's a big bag in there. It's just... Oh my god, that's so silly. Is that... That's not Greenvale. That's like a city. That is not what Greenvale looks like. Alright, is Thomas in here right now? Let me guess, Thomas is in storage. Yep. Thomas loves his little storage room. All went well, but I'm slightly sad. Zach, what do you think? Okay, just more, we get new sleep talk. Man, I need it to be nighttime and raining or whatever. Whenever Thomas goes home, I want to, there's like an Easter egg if you look at Thomas when they're at home. And I want to see it. I've seen it before, but I want to see it on this playthrough. I want to show it off because it's fun. It's a cute little thing. We also just like haven't really been to anyone in the apartments when they're there. All right, let's go get big bag. You know what's funny? Every time I get an achievement in this game, it's got like the glowing golden aura of like a super rare achievement. Because no one's fucking played this version of the game and actually done the side stuff in it. Because it's so broken. So even really basic side quests that you'd think everyone would do every playthrough, because they're either just like so helpful or just so like obviously just right there, no one does them. Because people can barely even do the main thing in this version. Alright. Now let's hope this doesn't fucking crash the game like it did before. Oh, it's just another... Is that the Spy Fiction one? No, it's the Vid Games one. We had the Spy Fiction one. Okay, no, it's fine. That was just that one spot. That text is backwards. What? Ooh, I can loot the kitchen. One of the murderers who we took care of a while ago had been keeping a body inside his fridge. This fridge is from the same maker as that one. Yo, a free flare. That we don't need. A bag will let you hold more items.
Nick was like, if you could use it. But, Zach, this is great. We'll be able to carry more items now, Zach.
Bag will hold more items. Alright. That is very good. That's actually very useful. Nick was like, yeah, York doesn't talk like that. Like, that's how I talk. That's not how York talks. Among the spices is a container labeled secret. I wonder what's in it. That's one of the best side quests in the game. We got a big bag. Oh much more can we hold now? Can't really tell without going to a storage thing, but presumably quite a bit. Alright. Time for a new backup. Alright. So now, once again, I need to ask, is there anything super interesting left, or should I just get ready to do the bar? The fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I figured that sandwich was one of the secret menus. Good thing we met Lord Harry. Oh, that's interesting. There's a new line after you get the sandwich. Come on, let me leave out front. Oh, this will be my last chance for that? What time? How late should I wait to? Do you know, like, Thomas's schedule? Because Thomas works at the bar at night, but then Thomas has to go home at some point. Can I do the bar scene and then show it, or does the bar immediately put you at the hotel? Oh, it's right. We'll just look it up later. That sucks. Only happens during the rain. We don't know if it's gonna rain today. You know what? We just did a save. Here's what I'm gonna do. What? Could I not? Is there like a certain chapter where Thomas doesn't work at the bar? Is that what it is? There's like one point in the story. What the fuck? That's not a real building and someone's there. What's the bank? Is that can anyone like confirm if like I can no longer do it or? You know, it does look like it's about to rain, so I guess we might as well go over there.
So, where shall we go next?
This isn't my turn. Easiest way to see it is any of the chapters before the town meeting. Galaxy Perry isn't accessible until after that. You know what? That makes sense, but I don't want to. I mean, I will simply say what it is if we can't see it. I would just love to show it off. It's funny, I think I've shown it on stream before, but that was back in one of the other playthroughs, back on like live stream and shit, you know? So when does the police station close? Because I should probably just smoke till around then, right? Yeah, look, there's so many people who live over here who've just never been here. Although I think a couple of them aren't real houses. Let me see. 1700? I'll try that then. So is this... I think this is Thomas's house. And there's Carol's. That's weird they live next door. The siblings. Wait, how are there multiple windows on this? I guess she lives on the end? I can't even tell whose house is whose. They've got some weird living setup. There's a dress in the back though, that's kinda neat. Alright. We're gonna hope it rains and I can show this off. Thomas stays at the apartment to watch over... Oh! That would make sense. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. That would make sense. Hey, that clock is super not matching up. Well, wait, no, we need 5. We need 5 o'clock, right. Never mind. It is matched. I'm stupid. Give it like 5:15. It's not even raining. I don't think we're getting it. I'll give it a couple more hours. Wait, no. Sorry, George. George, I'm sorry. I thought this was a cigarette. I'm trying to spy on my coworker. I can probably also look it up on YouTube real easily. Yeah, this is just always one of those things that was on the back of my mind, like, oh yeah, when I get a chance, I should show this because it's cute. But I can check the weather on the TV, but the only TV I remember is in the hotel. So yeah, I know. I'm not. This is all I'm gonna do for this. No, I don't think we're getting it. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the title screen and just load back in. So I'm guessing the only thing left now is just do the bar. Continue.
Previously during the investigation.
I mean, not the only thing left. Not the only thing left, but you know what I mean. Like, there's not one other thing where it's like, oh, by the way, if you go in right now, this character has a quest, and it's very interesting, and a lot of people miss it. That's the kind of thing I'm asking about. Okay, none of that. We've kind of... It's kind of a shame that we're kind of running up on the story's about to ramp up, and all the characters have, like, weird schedules. Like, Thomas is stuck in the station, so he can't see the little Easter egg I wanted to show. I mean, I'm gonna look it up on YouTube right now, but, you know. All the interesting stuff is taken care of? Well. I mean, if that's true, then next time we might beat the game. Like, we might... I was like, oh, we're gonna hit the end game, but... We might beat it, you know? Okay, right off the bat, let me pull up YouTube. Let me see if I can find this. Hang on. I'm going to mute desktop audio just for a second, just in case. Two more streams tops? Yeah. Alright. I could have sworn there was an upload of this. Oh, here we go. Is this gonna... Oh my god, I forgot how much nicer the UI looks in the original version of the game. Okay, looking at the thumbnails. If I let this play, I just gotta make sure whenever I'm looking up Deadly Premonition videos, you gotta be careful. Okay. I think we're okay to show this. So, basically, if Thomas is at home, you can peek on them. Like any character. Let me move this down. And... Whoops. This is what you get. I mean, if you're looking at the title, it's already ruined, but, you know. It's pillow stains. I checked. Don't worry, I checked. We're safe. Yeah! Yeah, Thomas, get it! Get it! So if you peek on Thomas... Oh my god! I forgot I had the video still muted. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Holy shit. What's the point of showing this if it's muted? There we go. Starting it over. So basically, when Thomas is at home, you peek on them, and... So Pillow Stains, the beta Rainy Woods like song from the trailer, is technically still in Deadly Premonition, but it plays here. It's like an instrumental version that Thomas is listening to while dancing in their apartment. That is also a really good watermark, yeah. Also, enjoy what the like original version of this game looked like. It actually does kind of look better, I think. You think it does not play here? Wait, you mean in the director's cut it doesn't play here? No, this is... I've seen this, I swear. I've seen... This is not added for the video. It might be a director's cut thing, but I swear I've looked at this and it plays. Or maybe there's just a chance it plays. I swear this is, like, a thing. I'm almost positive I'm not just thinking of this. The fucking, like, item, the, like, anytime there's an item thing in the back is so funny. When Thomas can dance in the storage room? Oh, that's funny. I didn't know. Now, see, I didn't know about that. Thomas will dance in the storage room, too? There's something really sweet about this. Thomas, even living, like, alone in his house is all bashful. But yeah, that's what I wanted to show. Pillow Stains is technically in Deadly Premonition. What the fuck? This song may also play in the laundromat on the first floor of the apartment complex. Seems to be the only reason the room even exists. What fucking apartment complex? This person playing a fake hacked version of the game? You don't go to an apartment... Oh, wait. Can we go in the laundromat? Apartment complex, I mean, that's this. There is a laundry room. First thing I was like, no, we're literally there. This is an apartment. Also, really lame comment. This is one of the creepiest games I've ever seen. There's nothing creepy about this. Okay, I don't think I've ever been in there. But... Did I just reload? Okay, this is the reload. Let's go look at that. We will be able to see something I haven't seen then. Let's go check it out. Can someone also do me a quick favor and just tell me what time I need to be at the bar for George? And the whole scene. I assume after, like, 5. I assume after 1700 when the station closes. But yeah, that's something I really like. My favorite Deadly Premonition song, which is not in the final game, is still kind of in the final game.
No, nothing. Just my imagination.
Yeah, I forgot. When they said apartment complex, I completely forgot, like, oh yeah, of course, it's this. Like, duh. We're just here. Have I been to the laundry room? Is it this? I've never been in here. I don't think I've ever known this was here. What the fuck? This is just a secret room. There's a can of pickles in here. And a save point. I've never been in here. Warning, the person wearing this shirt is a member of the Roller Coaster Club of Great Britain, and they may be prone to raising their arms in the air and shouting, "Coaster crazy!" without warning! What? That's the best thing in the game! This laundromat hasn't been seen use in ages. I'm surprised the machine still worked. Super, ultra, value priced. Holy shit, I gotta see if there's more. Alcatraz, circle jerks. The Roller Coaster Club of Great Britain. What is the best birthday? What? I can give headcourse an update. It'll cost me $1, Zach. That's the best thing I've seen in the fucking game. Old glossy mags. Color faded from their covers. Cherry. Crash. It's just... that one on the right with the face over it is great. Coaster Crazy! I need a shirt of that. I need a shirt of this. Please tell me someone has a shirt, has made, like, taken that image and made it into a t-shirt. I need Coaster Crazy. I'm saving. This is Coaster Crazy. Oh my god, that's so fucking good. Okay, we're gonna go to the hotel just to get a car, because I'm sick of having the generic police car again. I think I did. Please do not let me forget that. Please don't let me forget Coaster Crazy. Coaster Crazy and everyone throwing their arms up in the air. Oh my god. Hey, George. George, you've heard about the Roller Coaster Club of Great Britain? Take me to the hotel. Yeah, shame we didn't get to see that in the game, but, you know. They have to have pulled that from an existing shirt that just found its way to Japan. Almost certainly. Okay, where are my cars? Let's take Ush's car. Right? Should we do Ush's car? Should we do... No, I'm gonna do Ush's car. That's what I want. We got our car lined up. Oh, work. Alright, George, I got inside my car. Please come over and drive it with me to, Galaxy of Terror. Okay. One more save. Now, where's my... Here it is. Alright. This is gonna be... bar time for real! Alright. We are gonna go... We are gonna go on another break so I can pee and let the dog out. Just want to shout out that the Easter egg video you pulled up was from a side channel by Kimura. It was a good playthrough I mentioned earlier. Also runs the fkandcoffee.com, which is the best site for game info. I feel like I've looked at that site a couple times. Alright. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. Let's play this during the break. Alright, well, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go, you know, get some more water. Oh yeah, the wiki seems like nothing. I'm gonna use the bathroom, get some water, stretch. Probably do that too, just been sitting here for a while. And when I get back, we're gonna get to one of my favorite parts of the game. So, don't go anywhere. Let me start this one over. Oh, this one's like the full album. Alright, I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
know my love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. My love that going yet. My love fashion's going yet. I know this is fun, it isn't fun, isn't fun, isn't it? And I know this is fun, it isn't fun, isn't fun, isn't it? And I together, beating he pony. Beating he pony. All you have to do is take a good up here, 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 good up here. Is what we like, is what we like, is what we like, and what we like is what we like, is we like, is what we like, is what we like. Tails, style with headphones. Oh, tails, change, tails, old tails. Old tails, change. Old tails, change style. 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 Party at Little B. Thing was at the best party at Bobby. He'll always be a party at Little B. Thing was at the best party at Vibe. He'll always be a party at Little B. Thing was at the best party at Vibe. He'll like see you party at Little B. Thing was at the best party at Vibe. Wingy
Coaster crazy! Put those hands in the air. Coaster crazy! Coaster crazy! I'm back. Now we're ready to start. However, I gotta go on a rant about something. If you've watched my streams, you've probably heard me complain about how much I fucking hate how in America so much like snack junk food has way too much salt or sugar or whatever in it, to a point where it literally is not doing anything. It is not making it taste better. If in fact it might be making it taste worse. And it drives me crazy because I love snacks and sweets, but they don't gotta be putting as much shit in them as they actually put in them. They could just put less, and it would cost them less to make because they would use less resources, making them taste better. And in my hand, I've got this, like, Japanese chocolate melon candy. It's just a little piece of candy, a little piece of chocolate. And it's like, almost sickeningly sweet. It's almost too sweet. I kind of like it, though. It's neat. And I'm like, oh, I gotta be careful with these. There's definitely a lot of sugar. This thing's got 4 grams of sugar in it. This thing has 4 grams of sugar in it. That's nothing. There's barely any sugar in this, and it almost tastes too sweet. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you could just use a small amount of sugar and it'll still taste sweet. If this was an American candy, one piece would have like 15 to 20% of a day's worth of sugar. It'd be like, what would that be? Like 7 or like, I don't know. Like, it'd be crazy. Like, it's stupid. There's no reason to do it. Like, it would cost you less money to put less stuff in. You could make more of it. Or the same amount for cheaper. Just buying less. Like, oh my god. And he just makes it... At a certain point, adding more sugar or salt or whatever is either going to do, at best, nothing to change the taste, or at worst, make it taste worse. I'm gonna eat another piece of these. Right now. Yep. It's very, very sweet. It's very, very sweet. Just a small piece of candy with a small amount of sugar in it, because they're not doing insane, stupid shit. Alright. So it is, in fact, it is time. It is bar time. I'm gonna read. This is like kind of a big moment in the game for me. I'm gonna retweet and ping the Discord. Hope y'all have enjoyed the So Great and Powerful I left on instead of the usual stuff, since we haven't been driving as much. That's the tweet up. I'm gonna ping the Discord. All right. The message is out. The horses are silenced. So remind me again. Do we got any people like, you know, are going in blind or blind-ish to any of this? I can never remember who all is like, oh yeah, I've seen 100 playthroughs, and who's like, well, I saw it, but I don't remember anything. So I think we got to go to like 7 here. Am I correct? Can we, like, watch his hair grow in real time? Hey, what the fuck is wrong with this clock? I just noticed something on the clock. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. Instead of, for it does not have the correct Roman numeral for 4. It just has, like, a 4th line. I gotta smoke for, like, a second just to get a screenshot of this. What the fuck? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. That's not how Roman numerals work. What the fuck? When did they open? Yeah, I don't know how I didn't notice that until just now either. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, I'm about to run out of cigarettes, but I don't think we're gonna need them much longer. I think all the other ones are correct. Yeah, I think they're all correct except that one. His lip is quivering. All right. Everybody ready? I don't want to build this up too much, but I do think this is like... Don't you see that before? If it's just a common mistake or a known variation? I don't know. I've never seen that before. I don't know that that's a variation. I feel like that's just that's just a dullard's play. That's just a fool's gambit, you know? I keep forgetting about the deer head that moves in the back. Wait, does the deer get sleepy at different times? Or, like, if you get tired, does the deer get tired? Are there less cookies on the plate if you're hungry? Does it do stuff like that? I've never noticed. Well, you know what'll take care of our hunger and our sleepy? Wait, really? That's actually... I've never noticed that. I did not know that. That's actually really cool. Who else in here? Carol! There's George. Some kind of ghoul ghost man. Alright. Let's get on in. Oh, it's raining now. Hold on, it's raining. Hang on. It is raining. We could take one last detour. Hold on, if it's raining... Emily, we're heading over with cheese. George? George, I'm standing outside. Come drive me. George, I have one last minute errand. Please, I'm begging you. Thank you, George. Why? Why aren't you open? It's more of an aesthetic than he clocks these? Really? Why can't we go in? No! My life is over! Hang on. How many cards do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. What's the... It's like the one we're on. 48, okay. A rare thing. Oh, that's a shame that we can't give Emily the cheese. Let's go to the bar. Never mind, George. Never mind. She's being mean to me. Or do I have to wait till a certain time until I can go at Emily's house as well? This game uses an American flag picture that only has 31 stars, so you never know what's... That's crazy. It's a shame we don't get to see any of the Emily stuff other than, like, the start of it, but, you know, whatever. You get it. Emily's bad at cooking. Anime gag of... Carol? Two more people have died since you came to town. How'd you get into the FBI? George, why are you behind the bar? You don't work here. George, you can't just go back there, man. George, you don't work here. Probably should try. George, you don't fucking work here, bro. Can I not do this when it's raining? Is that another thing that affects this? Does it have to not be raining? Because I was assuming I could just walk up and talk to George, but now I'm guessing I go in and it will just trigger. Okay, well, I know how to get George out of there. Down to my last damn cigarette, too. Please take me to my sweet home. Okay. We're gonna go to sleep, and then it's gonna be time for the thing. So I'm just gonna sleep for like 24 hours. He has to go stand behind the door when it's raining. Stinky agent? No, not me. Christ, do I have like anything big? Is there one we like haven't worn? I don't know. What you know? What should we wear? What am I feeling? Not yet. We can't go back to you so soon. Kind of. Let's just do regular. I can't believe I have to pay a fine for being smelly inside my own house that I own. Okay, where is my storage? Hey, now we can actually see what the new, you know, the difference is. Oh my god, we can hold like every item in the game now. Anything? Oh my god, there's like no big food in here. Did that increase our weapon capacity as well? I think that increased everything. All the stores are fucking closed, so we can't really do much. I just have, like, eat crackers and pickles in my house. A delicious dinner of crackers and lollipops and pickles and donut. Okay, the pickles do a decent. Let's shave as well. There, look at that. Made it back. Right. So now I'll sleep for 12 hours. And now it should be good, right? I'm not going to bother eating because I think it'll just, you know, presumably fill me back up. Gotta make sure I get some good food at the milk barn, though. Am I getting paid more the more, like, stuff I've done? Like, I know it pops up like, oh, you got this much money from this. Do you only get that money once you've done your, like, your next thing? Like, your next, like, oh, the day's passed, here's your money you've earned. Or does that, like, just add on to your salary or something weird? Wait, it keeps raining! It's just raining again! We just gotta go back inside and sleep another day. Just one more day. Is it locked into raining? Do I actually need to, like, reload my save and... I mean, y'all said you double-checked, so I trust that y'all know what you're talking about. I'm gonna do 9 hours this time, just in case. Little precaution. It's just luck. Okay, it's just luck. Okay, let me see something. I bolt out the door now. If it's raining again, I'm gonna see if it's a little earlier if I can go to Emily's. Okay, it's not raining. George, Take me to the bar so we may progress the thing that I fucking pinged everybody about. Oh my god, what time do they open? I don't want to use my fucking cigarettes. Can I go to the milk barn? Can I go to the milk barn and buy everything in the world? Please? I'm gonna eat Emily's bad bagel. Wow, that recovered like nothing. Truly a terrible sandwich. Okay, I need some supplies. Wait, we can get our car now! Hang on. I forgot. It's been like 2 days. I feel like I remember there have been at least one playthrough where I have done this step and then gotten so caught up in the story that I did not pick up my car until like the post game. Lily, please tell me you're here at this time and it's not just your... Lily, I know you're gonna sell me better shit than your husband. I love him, he's great.
Yo, dude.
I need a lot of cigarettes, man. I'm really going through them lately. I need the biggest meals you have. Please give me multiple hot dogs. As many hot dogs as will fit in my pockets. Was that a bummer, man? You can't care anymore? Fine. I won't. Give me my damn car. You know, with all the days that have passed, we're gonna get a lot of money whenever we actually progress. Alright, come on. Take me to the junkyard, and then we're just gonna head right over to the bar, and we're gonna smoke outside, and then we're gonna go in, and it's gonna be fine. This is all gonna be cool and good. It's just right there. There it is. YZ Wonderful. York and Zach Wonderful. Add new parts to the car to improve its performance. What?! That's not a description of your car! But look at it. It's our car. We finally got it back.
It feels so great to be back in my own car, Zach. Remember when I bought this beauty? We took it for a spin together. But in the end, all we did was circle a few blocks and return home. Hardly worth starting the engine for, really. The General did a good job, though, didn't he?
That's it, we got York's car. York's car has been cast into the void. For all eternity, at all time. Let's load the game back up. Oh. It's doing it now! It wasn't doing it before, and now it's doing it again. I don't understand it, and I hate it. That weird window transparency thing.
Previously during the investigation.
I'm Kaysen, Forrest.
We will get this done. We will get... I literally just pinged everybody like, hey, it's a big thing I've been waiting for. And it's like, oh, it's raining. It's raining. You can't do it right now because it's raining. Okay, I'll do this then. No, you can't because it's too late. Or the game's going to crash. Okay, so we've already... Hold on, what if I run in? What if I run in... Oh, it's closed. Okay, here's my plan. Smoke a little. Like, it's almost certainly about to start raining, right? So let's go to Emily's. Maybe we can do this today. Tomorrow we'll get our car. And then... But we can't save at our house. Whatever, it's fine, it's fine. Hopefully York's car is not, like, fucked up and bugged. That would really suck. Okay, we know it's gonna rain on this night. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna go insane. There are street payphones? That's true, there are. You're right. I keep forgetting. What the fuck is going on? So now it's not raining? It's like decided to, oh no, I'm not gonna rain this time. It's just, history is just changing? Bring back the Galaxy of Terror then. This is such a hassle. This is such a hassle. I think the game's giving me a chance to try to do some other thing. What do you mean you're closed? When the fuck do you open then? Do they open at 7? We'll get something to eat here. It's not raining. It's not raining. So let's just go in. Carol? Hi. Let me talk to you real quick. How'd I get in the FBI? Who knows? Where is he? Where's George? George? The fuck is George? He's not here! He's just not here! He better be on his way. Hang on, I'm going outside to check. It might be like just after the station closes or something. I'm trying to fucking do this. Now it's raining. Hey, now it's raining, and it wasn't raining before. Is George home? George does not exist anymore. George is no longer of the Earth. George is in a pocket dimension. Well, maybe I can go to Emily's. Does Emily let you in at certain times? Like, why wasn't I able to go in before? Yes! Yes! We can do this. We can do this. It's not all ruined. Emily, I have cheese.
Emily, the answer is cheese.
Cheese?
Oh, we get a little two-person meal scene.
This does taste good. Like something Thomas made.
I agree it's good, but this isn't in the same league with Thomas's cooking. His cooking is so precise, so delicate.
I never noticed the texture on this guy.
I'm looking for an example here. It's like listening to classical music during tea time on a holiday afternoon. This, however, is far more wild and running free. The two are opposite poles, really. Making yours, like... Anyway, both are edible, and that's the point I'm trying to make.
Enough. But how did you know the cheese was the answer?
I was looking at the ingredients, and it hit me. Milk, macaroni, flour, butter. You were trying to make macaroni and cheese, right?
Macaroni and cheese? Of course not. It's Italian beef stew.
They're not even eating macaroni and
Jack, have
cheese.
you ever heard of a beef stew with no beef in it? I certainly haven't. At least not until today.
Give me a trading card. Oh, shit! I don't think I've ever gotten that.
Agent York. Sure, it wasn't perfect.
She just gave it to me with
Well,
no...
to make something edible. Here's a little something
Oh,
to
okay.
say thank you for your help.
Nice try cooking. Well, shit. Nice. The right things anyway. I know we did it. I know, but can't quite get my head around it. Let's save immediately. What a reward! That is absolutely worth a backup. Okay, and now that that's out of the way, we can actually focus on getting the time lined up so we can go in for the thing. Emily, are you sure you weren't cursed by like a wizard or something? Alright, so... going down to my sweet home. It is actually... I'm glad the DLC house is coming in handy. You know? It is good that we're getting some use out of it. So we're gonna go in... We're gonna go here. We're gonna sleep. Until, like, you know, middle of the day, next day. And since we know it's gonna rain tomorrow, assuming everything's gonna be the same... tomorrow we're going to, what am I trying to say? Tomorrow we're going to... Let's have Emily's terrible bagel sandwich. Some pickles. Tomorrow we're gonna get groceries and the car. So, like, 9 hours, I guess? I'm stinky, I'm stinky. So it's like... Oh my god, it's like 4 in the morning, fuck that. Give me moderate sleep. Funny, I can just keep sleeping, my health won't go down. Alright, I got my stink lines, but... Super People Want to Relax looks almost brand new. Look at this. This rules. Clean this. Oh my god, look at this. This is such a fit. You know, I almost want to, now that we're this far in the game, I kind of want to try changing the workaholic suit to one of the DLC things. Since we've seen it. God, every time there's like a little tiny lag when we, we check we pull up the radio, I'm always terrified it's going to be like, oh, game's crashed. You know? It feels like it. Okay, let's hopefully Lily will be in here and we can get something from her. I'm kind of surprised that Keith still doesn't have,
Yo, dude.
the other ghost map. Because I know there's at least one more. Some cigarettes. Man, it's really a shame that, like, you just give up the guitar. You don't get to keep it. That's milk. I don't need milk coffee. Give me hot dogs. Give me these awful, awful looking hot dogs. When I select that, nothing happens. Oh, you gotta scroll. Onion. Oh, I see. It highlights, like, the thing you need. Wow, there's actually, like, a full recipe here. That's kind of cool. Eggs Benedict Hollandaise sauce. Well, they don't sell that here. Country-style ham and eggs. Lily? Agent welcome. What about Olivia? What was Nick and all? You know how she's sensitive and all, isn't she? Do you check up on her every now and then? Okay, what do we want? Give me some shotgun shells. Although I probably just have enough in storage. Give me black coffee. Oh, let's get eggs. Hollandaise sauce. Yeah, you know, we'll go ahead and get all the recipe stuff since we know what it is. And we can just carry whatever. Country ham. Do give me smoked salmon though. That's useful to have. I need to carry a lot of food. Fuck it, give me capsule worms too, while I'm here. I'll have fun with it. Little freaky thing. I guess they don't sell as many suits as I remember. I thought there were like way more. Maybe we gotta get to the next episode. Okay, you know what we should eat. But we could just do the generic meal scene. I think I'll do that. That'll kill some time too. Less time we need to sleep, you know? So we're gonna go outside and save immediately. Now that we've got our you know, groceries. Okay, grocery run is done. Don't have to worry about that. I'm hoping we're gonna have a good place to stop right after we do this scene. Okay, get me to the junkyard. I'm going so much later than I normally would, but, you know. Special circumstances. I'm legitimately like, sitting here wondering, if this ends where I think it does, am I just gonna beat the game next time? I'm not gonna skip this just in case there's, like, something.
It feels so great to be back in my own car, Zach. Remember when I bought this?
You're not even looking at it.
We took it for a spin together. But in the end, all we did was circle a few blocks and return home. Hardly worth starting the engine for, really. The General did a good job, though, didn't he?
Okay, good. It's not, like, cursed. Here we go. And it plays this song? This is... Oh my god. This is probably the strongest car in the game. It has infinite durability! This car can't be destroyed! It can only run out of gas. Oh my god. It's constantly trying to flip.
Zach, if you notice anything, just...
Fuck, yes. Got it back. What are you doing in the road? Think 2 more swings more likely? Alright, that makes sense. I guess some of the other, like, combat sequences can take a while. I remember, I think we're coming up on some of the, like, really annoying ones. Let's go get lunch before we fucking die. Hey, I'm trying not to fucking die here. Get out of my way. Hey, those upgrades that he talks about, those do get applied to every car, right? It's not just York's car. I'm about to die. I gotta get inside now. Fuck!
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out?
I'm injured! I'm injured from hunger. I'll have, I don't have anything I'll have a lollipop. That'll keep me from dying. Thomas! Thomas, please! Thomas! Thomas, I'm so hungry! Thomas, I'm using the map. I'm using the map. I have to know where you are immediately. There, Thomas, please. Thomas! Thomas, look at this great suit Emily gave me! She had it in her pocket! Thomas! Sure, we finally caught the killer. It's business investigation, doesn't it? We'll be lonely here without you after you leave town, but how about lunch to celebrate? Yes, please. I'll make my very best.
That was really funny.
Yeah.
Oh, no, really? No.
Oh, my body! My body! Thomas, you saved my life, but my body! It's still falling apart. It'll be raining this evening. Okay. See, we know. Oh, don't open. Sorry. Oh, I don't want to use my healing items. I want to go to house and sleep on bed. I hope my suit doesn't get all stinky and dirty by the time it's time to go to the bar. My body. Thomas, carry me. You, help me. I didn't have any salmon in my pocket. I couldn't eat it. I'm surprised the lunch doesn't heal you. It feels like it should. Alright. Clutching his shoulder because he was so hungry. Yeah. Okay. We've got all the side stuff out of the way. Technically what we're trying to do is a side thing, but it shouldn't be. So now we're going to do this. Actually, wait, isn't there just like a save point by the bar? That's Galaxy of Terror. I don't know. I don't see anything. Fuck it. George! George, get in my car and drive me to my sweet home! Oh, my body. Where's my car? George, where'd you put my car? Why isn't my car here? George? Where's the bed? Oh. My bed I keep in the... This house sucks. Okay, we're gonna sleep 12 hours. Yeah. Come on, turn around. Yeah, there's no pillows here. 12 more hours. And then turn around one more time. And I think 6 hours should be... Let's do 3, just to be safe.
Hmm.
We're gonna eat something real quick. Just to be safe. I'm pretty sure this scene should fill us up, but I'll just have a lollipop just to be safe. Okay, now we are on the day where it hopefully won't rain. I hope. Hey, if it's stuck in an infinite loop of raining, what the hell am I gonna, like, I'm just gonna have to continue the story and then do whatever I can do off stream to reacquire some of these items, probably. I really hope, but y'all have insisted that this is doable. And I trust that you're not tricking me into ruining my entire life. Okay. I mean, it's totally clear today. It's gonna be fine. I'm just taking a quick peek. Yeah, hey, my car is... Oh, no, my car is here. Okay, good. Alright. Time to smoke. Oh, because I'm too hungry. It's not gonna let me. Let's give it to, like, 6. What? When the fuck does this place open? I mean, it's clearly not raining now, so... Have another hot dog. That's my emergency hot dog for when I'm smoking outside the bar. This place opens at 7. I'm gonna give it till 7:30. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. I should have probably saved outside, but... Where's George? Isn't... You just have to wait for... Okay, I assumed he would be here already, but I'll check if he's on the road. I'm gonna go ahead and save, too, while I'm... Thomas is... I forget if it locks onto people in cars or not. George isn't home. Okay, so he's probably not here yet. Should I go to his house? I'm gonna save either way. Should I just, like, smoke for another hour? I don't want to have to, like, use up all the, like... I just got, like, a bunch of stuff. Have an egg. So it's like 9 p.m. Okay, so another hour and a half. Oh, this isn't enough food for that, though. Fine. Use it. I gotta waste the salmon. I'll just buy more. I feel like York's beard is just growing in real time in front of me. Okay, now I'm hearing nighttime sounds. This has to be it. Where is he? Is he still at his house? He's still at his house. I'm going to his house. Wait, can I not? Because I haven't been into his house. What's closest to his house? Some of these aren't... It's still weird to me. Oh, no, that is a real one. That's the diner. Something's fucks with the smoking. Okay, so just waste time. I have seen that happen. I have seen that happen. Should I be fine at this time, or should I, like... Wait. Should I go back and, like, reload? I'm gonna drive to his house. I'm gonna intercept him. Where is he? Where does he fucking live? Over here? It's on the west side of town, or this is east. It's Keith's house. Is he like right over here? There he is. He's by the junkyard. I'm going over to the west side of town. We're figuring this out. I would like to show the scene I said we were about to see before I go to bed. You said you checked your playthrough and confirmed that you can run around as long as you want and then go back to the bar and the scene will still play when he's there, right? Like you literally checked that you have seen that happen and aren't like... I had multiple people tell me this tonight, so I'm really hoping I was not given incorrect information that will force me to once again play a significant portion of this off-stream as homework. If I want to see the scene and then also get some of the items that we've gotten. Again. You walked over the bar. Now, was that after you said no, though? That's the thing. Was that after you said no, or was it like... It was after you said no. Okay, then... You should be, like, they...
If you notice anything...
Oh my god, York, shut up. George? Why aren't you at the bar? Tough job. Police and FBI work are both really tough jobs. Okay, George. Go to the fucking bar now. I'm gonna smoke outside your house. My body is falling apart out here. I'm like eating eggs and smoking in your yard. I have to eat this ham. I'll buy more ham later. I don't have a choice right now. I can't eat the worm, sadly. He's there! He's there! He's there! He's there! He's there! He's there! I think he's there. His car is gone. We just had to wait till later. This is it. He must be there. He just goes super late. Go, go, go! I'm gonna look like shit, I'm fucking stinky and I got flies. These aren't gonna show up in the cutscene, are they? He's not here. Why was his car gone? Where did he go?
Welcome. This is the Aqua Room, where fishermen come...
JD, welcome! You've come at a very strange time. How did your stream go? We're playing a Star Wars thing, right? We are, we're trying to trigger an event that I normally go to directly, but was told you can say no to, run around doing some last-minute side quests, and then... and, like, see an optional scene that no one ever sees, and then just trigger the event again, but... Maybe he's on the road still. Maybe he's on the road still. He's inside! He's here! He's here! Stream was alright. Star Wars... Wait, were you playing like the MMO? What is that one? It says he's here. It says he's here. He has to be here. He's not like he hasn't like gotten scared and gone into a room and disappeared. There he is, George. Hey, guy, this is one of the best parts of the game. Where's York? Did you come in here to talk to me? Oh, thank God. Okay. Hey, are the flies gonna be in the cutscene? Are the flies gonna be in the cutscene? Because I want to change my suit. I don't want to be in a stinky fly suit if they're gonna be in the cutscene. Does anyone know? It's very important to me. They are? I'm just passing by. I know you're. Don't worry about me. Carry on the investigation. Okay. I wanted to wear this suit for the scene. I'm not wearing a stinky suit. I think I can change back here, though. I don't want to wear a stinky suit for this scene. Would have gone a little longer. The servers went down for maintenance. Could not see water on time. Oh. Alright. Let's wear something nice. You know what? Let's just wear a normal suit. I don't want to be... Here's the thing. I'll be a man of stink. I really wanted to wear this one for the scene. Man! I really wanted to wear this one, but fuck it. I don't think I can shave either, but that's not really a big deal. Store leaves the storage room. If we're gonna have a drink, I'd prefer the counter. Okay, here we go. George, my God, you... I guess he might have been here more times, and I just didn't realize, because... See? Look. No, it's fine. We got a lot of other stuff done that I wouldn't have done normally. Look, I want to talk to you. Here we go. We're here. Yeah, you don't get a penalty for facial hair. He does look weird in this lighting. Like, he looks like a doll man. Okay, like I was saying, this is... From what I remember, this is one of my favorite things in the entire game. And also just kind of an important scene in general. Let's talk to George. Good, that's good. Well, have a seat. Episode 2, Part 2.
George, that scar on your cheek. Where did you get it?
This? Didn't I tell you? Well, it's not from work. I got it when I was a kid.
A childhood injury.
Also, again, content warnings, remember.
I used to get a few scrapes myself climbing the big tree in our backyard. I used to climb it a lot. And fall out of it a lot.
Just heads up.
This wasn't anything like that, though. It was my mother. She did it.
I'm sorry, George.
Don't worry. It's ancient history. The world is flooded with unreasonable violence. The strong overpower the weak, adults over children, men over women, and criminals over their victims. I have no memories of my father. He left before I knew him. My mother would hit me every time I asked why. And it didn't stop there. If I ate too slow, left my shoes scattered around, TV volume too loud, she found reasons to hit me. Hit me bad. The worst was what she called the tree punishment. She'd whip my back with these thin tree branches like a whip.
I forgot about tree punishment.
Tree punishment was definitely the worst, I tell you. Just hearing those words used to make me shiver and want to pass out. And that's why I didn't want to show you those scars on my back. Every time after the tree punishment, she'd always say the same thing. This is hurting the tree more than it is hurting you. And me, being a naive, dumb kid, I believed her. I went to the woods to apologize to the trees. I kept asking myself, why is she hurting me this way? I thought long and hard about it. In the end, I've just figured I'm weaker than her. That's why. It's the law of Mother Nature at work. The strong eat the weak.
But now, you have the power to protect the weak.
That's right. Perhaps I should thank my mother for guiding me into this line of work.
It is, like, suddenly better voice acting for some of these lines. Not all of them, but...
York. I've been an arrogant fool, haven't I? And if it weren't for me, both Becky and Diane would still be alive. I could have saved them both.
I mean, no, you literally...
You know, it's almost like they died because of
almost saved Diane.
Mind. I invited you to this bar for a drink. But I guess this bar is my confession chamber. And I wanted you to listen. And to tell you, well, you must already hate me for causing all these problems, not following your orders.
Yeah, like, the quivering is good.
I'm sorry. I'll follow your orders from now on. You'll have my total cooperation.
George, you've been as cooperative as you can be. You even invited an FBI guy to a bar for drinks. You've done a good job protecting this town. And the folks here respect you for that. Nobody can blame you for anything.
Thanks. I do feel a little better.
Hey, isn't there supposed to be more to this? Is this an alternate version of the scene if you... I thought I remember them being like... Or am I thinking of another scene? No, I know, Spider, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, which is another, maybe even more important moment. But I swear, for this scene, I swear I remember them being here, and then, like, someone else walks in. Am I remembering wrong, or is that changed depending on if you do this differently? Like, am I missing out on a fuller version of the scene by doing this, or am I thinking of something later? I should just say, I specifically mentioned the whole team in the bar. I remember York, George, and Thomas in the bar, and then, like, Emily walks in. Is that later? Am I just mixing up two scenes that are similar? Because I guess we're just done here, but... Oh, okay. Okay, alright.
Hey, Carol.
I may be a bit of a buffoon.
Dead. Diane, too. We've got Nick in custody as a suspect.
Nick didn't do it.
I know. Carol, you took a locket from Diane, didn't you? A locket with this mark on it.
It's fucking nothing. You can't see it. She can't see it, York.
I'm busy, gotta go.
Okay, yeah, alright. I may have slightly spoiled a little bit of how the scene goes, but were her feet splashing? Oh yeah, this is where it actually, like, forces you to see the song. I like this song too, though. I've seen some lyrics people have interpreted out of it that make sense. Like, that part's clear. She's clearly saying, you are cautious of my innocence.
a dream.
And life is but a dream at the end. Like that part's pretty clear. A lot of the middle stuff though is, I like it. Weird to get a close up on a non-character, and why are his eyes like that? This man has never slept once in his life. That applause was nothing! Oh my god. George, what do you think of that? Okay, here it is.
Sorry to keep you waiting, boys.
Zach, Emily is already a goddess of
York,
the
stop
forest.
being weird. Can you not be like a maniac for 5 seconds?
Let's forget work for a bit and drink a little, shall we?
York? Why is she here?
I just thought the more the merrier. You know, to relax and get loose. Is this a problem?
No, of course not. Pardon me, Emily, but I'm pooped. I think I'll just call it a night.
George, I just got here and you're walking out on me? I was hoping the three of us could have a drink and let out a little steam.
I'm afraid I've already had it.
Also, yeah, it is crazy she shows up dressed like that.
We had a good man-to-man with York.
The
So
rare
I'll see you
house,
guys.
George. I remember like Thomas being here first, and then Emily walks. I
I
guess.
think George likes you, but he's avoiding you all at the same time.
How astute.
There's a reason?
Nothing worth going into. It's a thing of the past. Okay. He did ask me out when I first came to town. I was still in high school. But I never really considered him my type. And there's the age gap thing, too. I respect him, of course. Or I wouldn't have taken this job otherwise.
It's kind of weird.
So, did you move to this town alone?
Of course not. I came with my parents.
Tell me about them then.
Sure, why not? My dad dealt in stocks in New York. He was hardly at home when I was a kid, always working. Those pieces of paper were far more important to him than I was. Which is no different now, really. I don't see much of him. My mother? Totally different story. A wonderful person that I still respect. She was always kind and understanding. Not only that, but she would always help me find my way. She could be fierce, too, scolding me if I took a wrong step. We had our battles, sure, but all in all, she was a wonderful mother.
Past tense?
Yeah, she's gone now. Cancer, just before I graduated high school. She gave this to me just before she died. I take it with me wherever I go. It's what I treasure most.
I'm sure she's very proud of you.
I just really like the whole bar scene. It's like we've seen them kind of grow a little closer, and they finally like really start talking to each other. I guess Thomas isn't. I thought Thomas was there and had some stuff to say. I guess I misremembered.
I had a good time tonight. Good night.
See you tomorrow.
York.
Yes?
Please, don't lie to us, okay?
I won't. Don't worry. I won't.
texture on the wall is just going crazy. Wow, okay, this is weird. I swear I, like... If you just choose to do this, I feel like I remember it just putting you back at the hotel. I guess let's drive... Nothing else to do tonight. Let's just drive home. Yeah, that's crazy to me that's not... Because, like, normally I would always say, yes, let's go to the bar. That is all technically optional. And I feel like it's crucial to the fucking story. And, like, the characters and everything. How, like... It's less likely that someone would say no. Like, why would you ever say no? I don't want to go see a special scene with this character. But, like... I mean, hey, you know, Final Fantasy VII... You want to learn about Zack? That's optional. You probably won't miss it. You probably will see it if you're not just, like, not paying attention at all and blasting through the game, but, you know, it's technically optional and technically missable. That didn't fill me up. Whatever, we'll be fine. Alright, well, let's go home. Let's get York in bed and then end the stream. On our typewriter brand typewriter. Do our little oh, and the rare no jacket. The rare no jacket York. It's kind of funny. There's like a unique model depending on which suit you're wearing here, I think. Unless it always defaults to this. I don't fully remember.
Zack, let's go over our progress. From what Olivia told us, and the sketchbook we found at Becky's house, Nick and Diane became our primary suspects. There were a couple of reasons for this. First, Becky gave the missing locket to Diane. Also, Nick has no alibi for when Anna and Becky were killed. We followed Nick to the art gallery, which led us, unfortunately, to our third victim. The third victim, Diane, was strung up in the entrance hall of the art gallery. Her hands were tied and a knife was sticking out of her chest.
Did she actually have a knife in her chest? I think she did.
Difference from the previous crimes.
She just was stabbed
You
in like the
remember
side.
what that
or
was,
something.
Zack?
She could speak? Is that what it was? Or she was still alive? Multiple device, no murder weapon. It was right after the. It was right after the crime.
That's right. Diane was still alive. This suggests that very little time had passed since the crime was committed. Which means the criminal was still close by. It was someone near the scene. There are two possible candidates. Nick, who was knocked out in the entrance, and one other. Zack, who was the other person in the gallery?
Aaron, Kaysen, Quinn, Bob, it was Kaysen. How did you forget that big boy?
That's right. Kaysen. We followed Willie, good dog, all the way to him. Kaysen.
That's such an awkward line. Hi, Pokey.
He and Diane were
We followed Willie, good dog, all the way to him.
That was why he visited the gallery.
Willie, good dog.
The two were in the middle of such a meeting when Nick showed up.
Pin it all on Quint, no!
Shut Kaysen up in the basement. Now, what did Kaysen hear when he was locked up?
I remember this. Gunshot, a dog bark. He heard. I love these pictures. This would be good. A good emote. He heard footsteps of boots.
That's it. The sound of boots passing by. Nick was wearing boots that day.
Why does he say it like that? Boots.
Which means it was likely that Diane met with Nick in her
boots.
Nick said he argued verbally with Diane about her playing around with men, but they eventually decided to go out drinking to make up.
Boots.
However, immediately after that, Nick was attacked by someone in the entrance hall and knocked unconscious.
I was like, I'm so tired I misread this. Nick was attacked by animals. Or something.
Zack, do you think that Nick is our serial killer?
Yes. No. I don't know. Chat, what do y'all think? This is question only for people who don't know the answer. Only for people who don't know the answer. Yes. Also, oh my god, that's just the FK and the coffee smile. No. Or I don't know. People who don't know the answer. What do you say? I don't know? They're really good faces. I should probably screen cap these. Is Pokey the only one who doesn't know the answer? You do have these as emotes? That's great. That's really good. You know what? You know, if we actually got a response, I'm gonna put an I don't know.
Me too.
That was correct, apparently.
Or two. He found a large volume of red seeds in Diane's stomach. This confirms her as a victim of the Raincoat Killer. Remaining leads. There is the locket, which is in Carol's possession, the man with the tattooed back, and the upside-down peace sign. There's a lot left to answer. I hope the coffee will give us more guidance tomorrow.
Let's go to bed. I like these little ending going to bed.
Zach, what did you think about George pouring his heart out? I was surprised. It's the end of a month.
We wouldn't get this if we didn't have that.
And he called me York instead of Agent Morgan.
Or maybe the dialogue would just be different here? I don't know. That's just crazy to think about. Come on with that song.
Really? What's going on? Do you know what time it is?
I'm sorry. I couldn't sleep, so I was drinking alone.
My mother was a very kind woman.
Now we can learn about York.
She always smiled so brightly. Baked cakes and cookies every day.
Yeah, multiple cakes every
I
day.
needed the sugar because I spent so much time thinking.
Oh my god, his
Father
weird
was always
thrust here.
quiet. We never talked much. He was a federal agent, just like me.
Such a strange breathing animation.
And he was hardly ever at home. The only words he ever had for me were harsh ones. I had a vivid imagination, and I remember he once said this to me.
So strange how he's moving.
There are plenty of crazy things in this world. You don't have to go dreaming them up. And it's my job to make sense out of them. One day you'll understand what I'm saying. I found out later that my father was one of the first to ever use criminal profiling to catch bad guys. And so now I'm doing exactly the same job that he did. Like father, like son.
No!
Let me ask you
His dad was not like that.
Shoot.
Mind if it's something personal?
Fire away.
Who's Zach?
Zach is a
One of my
friend of mine.
favorite moments in the whole game.
Oh, so you do have...
Someone just fucking outright says it.
Yeah. He's my only friend.
What kind of person is he then?
Well, I've never seen his face. But he's always with me, and we discuss everything.
When did you become friends?
A long time ago. Back when I was a child. I was 7. I woke up one morning to hear my mother crying in the living room. This wasn't normal, so I headed in to see her. My father was there pointing a gun at my mother. I was so scared. I closed my eyes, so I don't remember much more. But I do remember the words my father said to me. At times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist, even if it means losing someone that you love. When I came back to my senses, they were both dead. He shot my mother and then killed himself.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about it. Zach's with me. It was around that time that we became friends. "I'm here. I'm with you," he said. "I'll be here always. We can get through this together." Quite aside from that terrible scene in front of me, that voice seemed to make me calmer. And here we are, working together, getting through things. This is the first time I've ever told anyone about this. I wonder if Zach will get angry.
That's a sad story. But I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I'm sure there was a reason for what your father
I don't think there's a right way to take that, Emily.
I know. I think maybe I became an agent to find out why he did what he did.
Oh yeah, York, I forgot to thank you.
Thank me? For what?
You saved my life. If you didn't save me at the gallery, I would have died along with Diane.
No need to thank me for that. I'm pretty useless. I couldn't save Becky. I couldn't save Diane.
What did you just say? Useless? I was never expecting to hear you say that. Huh. There might be a modest guy in you after all.
Finally, you noticed? You're a little slow, aren't you?
Maybe hopeless, but not useless.
Yeah, he's sleeping in his shoes.
Do you think Emily got home safely? Anyway, I think it's more serious of a situation than
Spider, you're 100% right. That's exactly how I feel about this.
our conversation with Emily. She's really interested in you.
It's the funny Coffee Man meme game. Play more than 5 minutes of it.
Feelings for you. If that's the case, Zach, you and I are rivals. This is a very serious situation indeed. Well, if it comes to that, let it be a fair fight. Agreed?
So yeah, oh wait.
Thomas! Let me out of here! Come on, please! Just for a moment. 1 second.
Why are you talking about?
Hate it in here, Thomas. I think I'm going mad. I know you're there. Come on, please! Thomas!
Yeah, like what a turn from that last scene.
Thomas!
A discussion of childhood trauma developing into a, you know, plurality. Cut off. Fuck. Oh. I forgot that this happens here. Yeah, that's where we're gonna leave off tonight. Wow, weird. It's a photo of him shooting the, like, ceiling ghost. Well, if anyone was seeing all this for the first time tonight, I'm really curious what y'all think about it. That is episode 2, part 2 complete. Let me get our save backed up here. Episode 2, part 2 clear. I should probably just close it here, honestly. I think I'm gonna close it here. I'm gonna close it here, and you know, Part of me wants to go in and, like, make sure that the save will be fine if I continue from here. Fuck it, let's just end it here. This is a perfect spot to end it. I'm ending it here. Alright. That was a lot. How much more is there now? I'm curious. Oh, yeah. Why is episode... Hey, episode 2 is the only one with 2 parts. Why'd they do it like that? Why is it not just episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, and then... yeah, wow. What did all that sign say? Oh, I don't think we could fit the whole sign, but... Yeah, next time... We might do episode 3, and then end with episode 3 done. Hey, next time, y'all, I think next time, we're hitting the end game, unless there's like a bunch of side quests that pop up in episode 3 that I get distracted by, but I think we've done most things in the game at this point. Yeah, I've got 44 out of 60 achievements, and not all of those are even side quests. It's so funny that every single, like, almost every achievement in this game is, like, super rare. Yeah, there's a... Sorry, I'm looking at some stuff here. Okay. Yeah, I think next time, unless I'm forgetting something, we're gonna hit the end game. More people have the achievement for giving George's dumbbells than they do for finishing episode 1. What was I saying? Yeah, next time. Again, thank y'all for coming out to this, like, as always. JD, thank you for the raid. Streaming through this game, going back to it for so long has really, you know, meant a lot to me, especially with how many of y'all are watching. Really, these last 3 streams that are all gonna be huge. Like, I know it was mostly side quests today, but then at the end we got one of the biggest revelations in the game. We kind of know what the deal with Zack is, and it's not just, oh yeah, you're the player. Like, I love how it's, like, so ambiguous, you can just write it off as, like, oh, whatever, he's just talking to the player, or something. And then you get to that moment, it's like, no, it's like a thing that happened to him. It's like a real thing in the setting, you know? So that's done. Next time, we're gonna have another huge episode that I think we'll kind of just blast through. And it's gonna have some huge, crazy moments. Some of my favorite moments in the game, more of them. Really, now we're at the point where all the biggest stuff happens. I think I said, like, when I played this before and actually went through it, the town meeting was kind of where it really started to, like, I got into it. All the best stuff happens in the big gallery scene with them trying to save Diane, the bar. Next episode, I'm not going to tell you anything that's going to happen, but you're going to learn a lot more about what's going on. There's going to be some big revelations. There's going to be some really cool moments. And then, you know, the week after that, we're going to beat it. I'm going to finally finish this thing, and I'm looking forward to that. So, make sure you tune in next time if you want to see how this goes. Rare Chios because no one can run the game? Exactly. Yeah, again, I just can't thank y'all enough for watching. Tomorrow, since I don't have work, I'm probably going to do Paper Mario again. I've been wanting to go back to that. Let's see. Yeah, thank you all for coming by. Let me get everything set up here to raid. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else I need to say. I don't think there was. I think that's it. Just glad to be streaming this. Let's see. Oh god, it's already almost 12. Yeah, if this were, thank God I didn't have work tomorrow and don't have to worry about, like, you know, being up too late. Because, fuck, I'd be fucked for tomorrow. Alright. We're gonna raid. No, it's fine. The fact that I knew I could do some extra stuff there is good. It's gonna make the next ones go faster. Can't wait to catch the killer? Who knows, within the next 2 streams. Alright. We're gonna raid. Hey, it's Mozzie, and the raid phrase is just gonna be... How do I do this? Here's the raid phrase. Coaster crazy! And put your arms in the air. That's your raid phrase. Alright. Sending y'all on your way now. Have a great rest of your night. Hope to see y'all tomorrow for Paper Mario. Especially hope to see y'all next weekend, either Saturday or Sunday for more Daily Premonition. And anything, if there's any other streams this week, we'll see. Might be more of an abiotic factor. Not sure. Just gonna figure it out. Go coaster crazy. All right. I will see y'all. Bye bye.
Last year, 2010. Ha ha! I'm gonna live forever.